Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed academicians, industry leaders, faculty members, researchers, and students. It is with great pride and enthusiasm that I welcome you all to Confluence 2.0, India's largest industry academia summit, jointly organized by Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology and the group of technology companies, GTech. Following the resounding success of Confluence 2024, this edition arrives with a larger scale and vision guided by the theme, Future of Sovereignty and Self-Reliance. The theme underscores the need for the technological independence and pioneering research, a vision that Confluence 2.0 brings to life by uniting industry and academia to chart pathways for national progress and innovation. This edition of Confluence is distinguished by the collective spirit it embodies, with all the Rajagiri institutions joining hands with RSET, elevating this event to new heights. Together, the Rajagiri institutions have infused Confluence 2.0 with the spirit of our theme, turning individual efforts into a unified pursuit of sovereignty, self-reliance, and innovation. It is my privilege to present before you the distinguished dignitaries gracing the dais with their presence today. We have with us Reverend Father Benin Alcaraz CMI, the Provincial of Sacred Heart Province and Manager of RSET. Shri V.K. Matthews, the Chairman of IBS Software and GTech. Shri C.Ram Sambashivarao IAS, the Special Secretary, Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of Kerala. Professor Dr. Clemens Bullitt, the President of the Technical University of Applied Sciences, Germany. Reverend Dr. George Peter Pittapalil CMI, Director, Mitradam. Reverend Dr. Saju MD CMI, Principal of Rajagiri College of Social Sciences. Reverend Dr. Francis Sebastian CMI, Assistant Director, Rajagiri Business School. Reverend Dr. Dipan Karingan CMI, the Associate Director at Rajagiri Vishwajyoti College of Arts and Applied Sciences. Reverend Dr. Jason Paul Mulerical CMI, Principal of RSET. Reverend Dr. Joel George Polol CMI, the Assistant Director, RSET. Dr. Lally Matthew, the Principal of Rajagiri College of Management and Applied Sciences. Professor Biju CS, the Principal of Sacred Heart College, Tevra. Ms. Naslin Jahangir, CEO of the Nest Group. Mr. Sri Kumar V, the Center Head of Tata Lexi and the Secretary of GTech. Mr. Sugeesh Subramanian, Director and Head of Speridian Technologies. Mr. Jakes Bajoy, Music Director and Alumni of RSET. Mr. Prasad Balakrishnan, CEO of MiFi Semiconductors. Mr. Anish Pandalani, representing Progressive Techies. Dr. Divya James, Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Computer Science and Business Systems at RSET. Ms. Sangeeta Jamal, Assistant Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering in RSET. And finally, Mr. Atul Santosh, Student Council Vice Chairperson. To begin this landmark occasion on a note of harmony and reverence, may I invite the RSET choir to lead us in the prayer song. Kindly rise for the prayer. I would now like to invite Reverend Dr. Jason Paul Mulerikal CMI, the Principal RSET, to deliver the welcome address.
Respected the President of the function, Reverend Father Benny Nalkara, CMI, the Provincial of CMI SH Province, and the Manager of Rajagiri Institutions. The Chief Guest of the day, Sri V.K. Matthews, who is also inaugurating this function. Sri Sriram Sambasiva Rao, IAS, the IT Secretary of Kerala. Distinguished guests, honored of the dais, my dear participants of this august gathering, Confluence, and my dear students. Confluence is a coming together of industry and academia. Last year, we had the first edition. What was its effect? I could see my staff members, they are more aligned with the industry. They got better access. They can say hi to those people, those who are in the info park, smart city, and elsewhere. Similarly, I could see a very warm relationship from the industry. They welcomed our staff and students. I think that is the best outcome that we had. The bridge, the gap between the industry and the academia, in the very personal level, that is getting diminished or coming closer. And I'm pretty sure that that trend is going on. Today, as we gather here today, it is much bigger and better because all the Rajagiri group of institutions, the higher education institutions under the province, including Sekhat College, Tevara, and Mithradam, they are coming together on this dais, I must say that for the very first time. And which means that confluence is happening among the academia and towards the industry and vice versa. And I'm sure that this will give us a lot of impetus as we deliberate on the very relevant themes of today. Because under the backdrop of Trump's tariffs and the fall of the free trade, we will be deliberating on the future of sovereignty and self-reliance. It is a kind of second Swadeshi movement because there is no other way than to stand on our 2 feet. And that particular panel will be deliberated by or guided by V.K. Matthews himself. And he is also the advisor to Confluence. And in the second one, panel is an extension of that. Because of the creative tech, we know the success of Loka, not as an industry hit, but also its technical perfection. What the Kerala and India could give to the world with limited budget. So we are deliberating on that and how the students and the next generation, the future generation, can take part in that revolution. And that is moderated by none other than our Jakes Bijoy. He is our alumni as well as now the professor of practice. And then space tech is the next big thing. We got someone, Prashant Nair is coming, who was a proud member of the Axiom space mission. So we can see that as we move towards these events today, there is a potpourri, there is a confluence of ideas, people, and events. So let us enjoy that. So let me come to my duty. So first of all, I would like to welcome Reverend Father Benny Nalkara, who is behind all the good things and success about Rajagiri group of institutions. He's a strong supporter of unorthodox ideas. And here we are here today. His presence is also here. So on behalf of everybody, the Confluence, I welcome you, Father, to this august gathering. Next, I would like to welcome Sri V.K. Matthews, who is the chairman of IBS as well as GTech, the group of technology companies. He is the soul behind Confluence, the idea man behind it, and a great supporter. And he's also the sponsor, title sponsor. Sir, you're going to guide this Confluence. We welcome you to this gathering. Also, we are so blessed to have Sri Sriram Sambasiva the IT secretary. He came to this place and he said, why you have placed a college inside Info Park? Then I told him it is the other way around. Info Park came after us. And he got that kind of realization today. And he's also a very evident technocrat guiding the IT vision of Kerala. Sir, a warm welcome to you. Now, I would also like to welcome Father Ajish Pudasheri. He is not on the stage, the Council of Education, to this august gathering. Now, I would like to welcome all the academic leaders who are present here. I don't have too much time. I will just read out their names. Reverend Father George Pitapalil, the director of Mitradam. Professor Biju C.S., the principal of Sacred Heart College. Reverend Dr. Saju Madavanakat, CMI, the principal of RCSS and executive director of RBS. Father Dr. Joel Pulolil, assistant director and dean of UG Studies, RSET. Dr. Lally Matthew, principal, RCMAS. Reverend Dr. Francis Manawalan, CMI, assistant director of RBS. Reverend Father Dibin Karingin, the associate director of RVCAS. A warm welcome to all the academic delegates, and also a very special welcome to Professor Dr. Clemens Bulita. He's an august guest here. He's all the way from Germany. He is the president of the Technical University of Applied Sciences, Hamburg-Weiden. Basically, he is the VC of that university, vice chancellor. We got a very long connection with OTH, 20 years or so. So we are so happy that you are here. And also, I would also like to welcome all the industry leaders who are here in general, and also Ms. Nasreen Jahangir. She is the CEO of Nest Digital, as well as IQAC member of RSET. Mr. Srikumavi, the central head of Tata Elxsi, as well as secretary of GTech. And Mr. Sugesh Subramanian, he's the secretary of CIO Association. And Mr. Anish Varghese, the president of, or representing Progressive Techies. And Ms. Sangeeta Jamal, the chair of Industry Institute Cell of RSET. Dr. Divya James, the Confluence Organizing Committee co-chair, and Student Council Vice Chairperson Adul Santosh. A warm welcome to all of you. But I have to mention two more names here. That is, the soul and practically the executive manager of this particular event, Mr. Nitish Kurian. He is off the stage. And also Vinith Krishnan. Both are working hard for this, and very warm welcome to both of them. And also, now the warm welcome goes to all of you. I think all our participants, we got academic delegates, we also got the industry delegates, and the participant students. So coming from all parts of Kerala, I'm sure, and I can see very familiar faces. Venu Rajamani sir is there, M.U. Nair sir is there. So distinguished guests, all are here. So a warm welcome to all of you to Confluence. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for elegantly setting the tone for today's event. I now invite Reverend Father Beninalkara CMI, Provincial of CMI Sacred Heart Province and the Manager of RSET, to deliver the Presidential Address.
Sri V.K. Matthews, the chief guest of Confluence 2, Sri Sriram Sambashivarao IAS, Special Secretary Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of Kerala, Reverend Dr. Jason Paul Mulerikal, CMI, Principal of RSET, all respected guests, academicians, industry leaders, students, and my dear friends. Very good morning to all of you. It's a true honor to stand before the vibrant confluence of minds here at RSET. Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, which celebrates the silver jubilee of its inception, is having the second edition of the Confluence, the great academic industry meet. In the era where we all speak about AI, artificial intelligence, we are having another AI here, academia and industry. Confluence, as we all know, is the meeting and merging of diverse streams, ideas, cultures, and tradition and consciousness for unification and transformation. Rajagiri has its remarkable legacy rooted in the great ideals of a visionary educationalist and founder, Saint Kyriakos Elias Chavra, who in fact had this philosophy of confluence, namely the happy blending of divine and human, sacred and secular, education and entrepreneurship. Today we try to move on with the same legacy. We gather today under a simple yet urgent promise. Sovereignty and self-reliance are not mere slogans. They represent the nation's capacity to create, control, and sustain its own technology, systems, and data. In the emerging world order, technological sovereignty is becoming a decisive pillar of national security, economic resilience, and global influence. But let us be clear, sovereignty does not mean isolation. In our independent world, complete autonomy is neither realistic nor desirable. What we need is strategic self-rule, the wisdom to decouple intelligently in critical domains while engaging constructively with the world. Dear friends, today I wish to reflect, or I think we should reflect on three fundamental questions that will shape our nation. What must we do differently from now on? Who must act and how? What are the essential building blocks to convert us from technology users into technology creators? Becoming creators of technology is not the responsibility of any single ministry, company, campus, or fund. It demands a cultural and systematic transformation, a rewriting of learning models, and our collective appetite for risk and innovation. The opportunity before us can design the tools that solve our own pressing challenges, and in doing so, export solutions that the world itself needs. But this will not happen by chance. It requires commitment to reform our curricula, to invest in long-term research, to create shared facilities that democratize access to advanced technology, to design fair and transparent frameworks for intellectual property, and to build patient capital that supports deep tech innovation. Above all, It requires that we give our young people the permission to fall early, to iterate fast, and to own their own outcomes. If government, industry, academia, and civil society work together in this journey, then within the near future, the story of our nation will be written differently. We will not merely consume the technologies that others create. We will be the authors of the technologies that shape the future. And I am sure this confluence will lead us in this right direction. Let us look forward to the conversations, collaborations, and commitments that will emerge from this gathering Confluence too. I wish all the best to this Confluence. May God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father, for your inspiring words and vision for Rajagiri as a beacon of collaboration and excellence. As a symbol of enlightenment and hope, we will now proceed to the lighting of the lamp ceremony. May I invite Sri V.K. Matthews and Sri C.Ram Sambashivarao IAS to officially inaugurate Confluence 2.0 by lighting the lamp. May this light guide us towards a brighter and more innovative future. Kindly rise. Thank you. It is indeed my honor to invite an inspiring entrepreneur and a visionary leader, Sri V.K. Matthews, Chairman of the IB Software and Group of Technology Companies, for the inaugural address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Reverend Father Benny Nalkara, who is presiding this function, Mr. Sriram Sambashivarao IAS, IT Secretary, Reverend Dr. Jason Paul, the Principal of RSET, other dignitaries on the dais, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure, privilege, and honor for me to be here today to participate in Confluence 2.0 and share my thoughts with you. Father Jason Paul has already mentioned what's Confluence and what is its relevance. I just want to repeat it. It's the coming together of industry and academia for the purpose of bridging the gap between the expectations of the industry and the outcomes of the academic institutes. I was telling Father Benny Nalkara when we were chatting that it is all the more relevant now because the industrial landscape is changing dramatically. Last year we had Confluence exactly in the same month, if I'm not mistaken, and the topic for that Confluence was the future of talent. A very important topic for us, how we identify talent, nurture talent, and also deploy talent in the most effective manner for us to enhance the industry, the economy, and more importantly, the professional career of the young generation, the youth of our country. And this year's topic is even more relevant when we were discussing to decide what should be the ideal topic. We thought the future of sovereignty. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, sovereignty means at its core the supreme authority of a nation to manage its future by itself, to govern itself without external interferences. And that landscape, that is also dramatically changing. So that's and again, the self-reliance of our nation. And I thought that's very important because both academia, industry, as well as the government are equal stakeholders there. Now, just to frame the context, from an educational academic institution's point of view and industry point of view, just to give you at a macro level, our country produces roughly 150 graduates a year, of which 15 lakhs or 1.5 million are engineering graduates. If I take our state, we have about 5 lakhs of students actually writing the exams of 10th, and about 4.5 lakhs go on to +2, and we do have then about 4 lakhs of graduates coming out every year. That's quite a bit. That's a strength, and that will be a strength if we are able to nurture and deploy them properly. And as we speak today, we have about 4.25 lakhs of job seekers registered in the state. That is the input side or the educational side. And if I look at the technology industry side, it is still very promising. This year, 2025, the actual revenue of the tech industry is about $5.7 trillion. It grew about 10% from last year, and it's expected to grow again significantly, roughly about 8 to 10% year on year until 2027. It will become about 7% of the global GDP, just the revenue part of it. That is the global one. And for us, for the country of India, it has been a defining industry for us. It's going to be current year about 300 billion, which is about a notch below 8% of our GDP this year. And it's about 50% of our services exports. We employ 58 lakhs, 5.8 million people directly as software engineers in this country. And again, the good news is that when you look at the global technology talent sourcing, we are about close to 60%. Our country is about 60%. We fulfill the 60% of the global tech talent sourcing. And that's a great thing. That's a great thing. But that's the context. And if you really look at the future of India as projected by people who can scenario plan, such as the CEO of McKinsey, he was asked when he visited India, said, do you agree the fact that people say this is the decade of India? So he said, I don't agree. It's in fact the century of India. That's what he said. And he said because we have got all of the elements that can actually contribute, project us to that position economically. And because by 2047, when India is 100 after independence, we will be 20% of the world's tech talent will be in this country. The working population will be in this country. And we are very highly digitized for the size, complexity, and still relatively low per capita GDP of our country. So we should be able to leapfrog in our developmental pursuits. And again, some of the geopolitical things that's happening could also work to our advantage. So that's what the future of India. So the huge inflow of graduates coming in and the technology opportunities, everything is looking very bright. However, I would like to also bring you to some of the realities on the other side, which we will have to deal with in our pursuit to become a global economic power. If I really look at the world today, the number one in any meetings, any board meetings in the world, which I was participating in a couple of one in day before yesterday itself, with some global leaders where, what's the major topic that we discuss? How is AI going to disrupt the way in which we do business, the way in which we live? It is very, very real, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to come and affect us in all which ways. Out of the 58 lakhs people that we employ in this country on the tech sector, I can very confidently say at least 60 to 70% of them are definitely involved in the job of creating code, computer code. With artificial intelligence, we will be able to actually automate quite a lot of that. And how is it going to impact our current equilibrium is what we have to really look at. The net hiring that takes place. And again, companies will be able to grow, or what we call it as non-linear or jobless growth. This is going to become a reality. And it is really coming. And when large companies, very respected companies which have led this country to this level of, in my view, respect globally, such as TCS, Infosys, Wipro, Cognizant, all of these companies, when they are renewing their contract, their customers expect them to improve their productivity by 20, 30, 40%. And accordingly, they will be also expecting them to do more with the same, the more with less. And this would mean that and how is this going to actually create a tailing effect on the academic institutions? When the absorption is less by the industry, we will have that pressure coming there. So we really need to, so AI is an opportunity as well. If we are able to ride the wave, a lot of things that we need to think of, how it is going to help us in our day-to-day life, how it is going to help us in our customers' life, how we will be able to monetize our AI capability, how do we protect our IP, intellectual property. Like for instance, a company like ours, we completely depend on intellectual property because we are a product platform company, one of the very few companies in India for the world. And how do we protect, and what was our IP? That means we know the business domain, we understand how travel works, and we understand how aircraft engines are maintained, and that's why we have systems for them, all the products and the platforms for them. How do we protect that? If we don't protect, then we don't have no business. And is it the right thing to protect for the humanity? That means the knowledge and the know-how which companies have created, pharma companies, IT companies, technologies companies have created, if we stop that from being shared by the larger community, are we doing the right thing for humanity is another question which national leaders will have to think about it. So there is a whole lot of churn that is actually taking place there, which I think, and my message to my own team and the industry at large is that India, we must ride that wave rather than getting crushed by that wave. That's one topic that we should be discussing, debating, not only here in the sessions. I'm sure this is going to be discussed at state level and national level, and I'm quite sure we'll be able to find a way to ride that wave. Number two, the other thing that's happening is all of the geopolitical issues that we talk about, all of the tariff issues, Ukraine war, Gaza war, all kinds of wars. And all of this, the changes taking place in the United States, this is redefining, remapping the global alliances. It is remapping the supply chains. There's a lot of changes taking place. Now, if you really come to think about the future, the topic for our Confluence Edition 2, the future of sovereignty and self-reliance. What is the issue here? No, the meaning of sovereignty, as I said, for a nation is its supreme authority to govern itself. And this has many dimensions. So the political leadership, economic leadership, and it has territorial dimension, it has all kinds of dimensions. And if you really look at how it has evolved, initially it was just raw might. Might was the physical might. Then it became economic might, then industrial might. And if you look at the 21st century, it became the digital might. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to get at is, if you take a day in the life of an Indian citizen like you and me, it starts with the support of technology, developed, owned, operated, controlled. If I look at it, 99% by the US, and maybe less than 10% by China. Whether the phone that you look at, the WhatsApp message, the emails that fill your inbox, and anything and everything, the Teams and the Zoom call for you to collaborate, produce, communicate, all of your entertainment, the transportation, power, healthcare, the procedure that we do in the hospitals, everything is controlled, everything is done by platforms which are created, owned by companies which are outside India. And if that service is disrupted for a while, the internet is disrupted for a while, our country, all of us will come to a standstill. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not that we will go back 50 years, we will go back perhaps 70 years. So the importance of technology, and what is the reason for it? Whilst 59–60% of the global sourcing takes place from this country, we don't run the code, we don't own the code which run our country. We are users of technology, not creators. We are users of science. You, the faculty members of all of the people who are sitting here, you don't create knowledge, you just teach it. And that's our predicament. And this has to change. And that's the reason why we say the future of sovereignty is important. And how do we achieve technology autonomy? That's a key question. We have a panel with eminent panelists. They will give their own perspectives and views, but I'm sure this discussion is going to be the most important discussion that will take place in our country. I'm not saying that every country must achieve technology autonomy, or no, because that will be extremely suboptimal. But it cannot be dependence, it has to be interdependence for us to have some levers to push when we are actually pushed. I think that's important. And why is it important, ladies and gentlemen? India is not just India, as we say, as about a country. It is 1.46 billion people. I don't think we will have a future, we will have an economic future, or we will be able to lead the world unless we are able to protect ourselves. And that's the relevance. And all of this is presenting, all of these deficiencies is also on the other side presenting as an opportunity. We will be able to, if you really look at all of the research work that is happening in the world, India and Indian people have been the backbone of that research, creating all of these platforms, doing the greatest of research, the professors, the teachers, the students in the best-known universities. And in that, so we should be able to do it for ourselves. We have to mend our ways. And there are many reasons why we are where we are, because economic reasons, and probably some may not be valid, but mostly valid. But we have an opportunity. And again, if I extend that, Kerala has an opportunity to be the research capital of the world because we have that talent amongst us. And that's the opportunity side of it. We will have more of those discussions in future. That's why through the panels. So I don't want to take any more time. I was only highlighting two most important things. The rules of the world are changing, but the two most important things, the disruptions caused by AI, how do we ride that wave rather than getting crushed by it? And the number two is, in our journey towards sovereignty and self-reliance, is also presenting enormous opportunities for the youth of this country. On that note, I am going to close again by saying that you will have very interesting discussions to follow the inaugural session, and I'm sure this discussion on the future of sovereignty will reverberate through the board halls as well as the leadership, national leadership of this country and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I hope you will enjoy the sessions to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such inspiring insights, truly reflecting the vision of future of sovereignty and self-reliance that guides Confluence 2.0. Excellence is not built overnight. It is the outcome of sustained commitment to quality education, research, and societal impact. As we celebrate the spirit of innovation, sovereignty, and self-reliance, let us take this moment to honor the outstanding excellence among us. These awards, presented by GTech, are dedicated to recognize institutions and individuals who have set remarkable benchmarks in education and research. We take pride in acknowledging our partner institutions for their remarkable accomplishments in national rankings and accreditations. May I invite Shri V.K. Matthews, Chairman, IBS Software and GTech, to do the honors. May I invite Reverend Dr. Saju MD CMI, Principal, Rajagiri College of Social Sciences, to please come forward and receive the honor as we congratulate the institution on its outstanding achievement of 12th rank in the NIRF Rankings 2025. May I now request Professor Biju C.S., Principal of Sacred Heart College, Tevra, to please come forward to receive this honor as we applaud the institution's exemplary performance in the NIRF Rankings 2025, securing a rank of 44. May I invite Reverend Dr. Francis Sebastian CMI, Assistant Director, Rajagiri Business School, to please come forward and receive this honor as we congratulate the institution on its outstanding achievement of 91st rank in the NIRF Rankings 2025. May I now invite Reverend Father Ajish Puducherry CMI, Assistant Director, and Dr. Lali Matthew, Principal of Rajagiri College of Management and Applied Sciences, to kindly come forward and accept this honor in recognition of the institution's outstanding achievement of an A-grade accreditation from NAC. Thank you, Matthew, sir. Thank you. To honor the distinguished members of the Rajagiri fraternity who have earned a place in the prestigious Stanford Elsevier 2% Scientist List 2025, a recognition of their outstanding research contributions at the global level. Now, may I invite our Provincial Reverend Father Benin Alcara CMI to do the honors. Dr. Deepthi Jain K., Associate Professor, Department of Basic Sciences and Humanities, RSET. Dr. S. Anthony Caesar, Associate Professor, Department of Biosciences, Rajagiri College of Social Sciences. Dr. Sabila Bibi, Assistant Professor, Department of Biosciences, Rajagiri College of Social Sciences. Dr. Rajiv Gandhi Gopal Sami, Assistant Professor, Department of Biosciences, Rajagiri College of Social Sciences. Thank you, Father. Congratulations to all the achievers. May I invite our guest of honor, Sri C. Ram Sambashiva Rao IAS, Special Secretary, Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of Kerala, for the felicitation.
In fact, I need a timer now. I need to really head for the next meetings of Honorable CM. Anyhow, Dignitaries on and of the dais, students of Rajagiri institutions, and all other dignitaries in the venue. A warm welcome to all of you to Confluence 2.0. It's my privilege to join you at Confluence 2.0, a gathering of about 2,000 professionals, technologists, academicians, and students. In fact, I am amazed to see the grandeur of the infrastructure that is available in Rajagiri Institution, Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. This is for the first time I am actually coming to this particular institute. I'm aware of Rajagiri institutions, but this is for the first time I'm entering this institute. So I'm really amazed to see this grandeur, and I'm sure this quality definitely reflects in the research that happens in the institution, also in the labs and in all the academic infrastructure that exists in this institution as well. Mr. V.K. Matthews has been taking a lot of interest in the design of this program, Confluence. So he discussed with me about the plenary session that was planned after this inaugural program. He requested me to attend also. I would have loved to attend, but for the fact that I had to attend a couple of programs of Honorable CM after this program. Excuse me for that. So as V.K. Matthews was showing a lot of interest in the program, I thought he was actually instrumental in placing this particular institution quite close to InfoPark. That's the reason why I expressed that view to the principal of this college. But this college is in a very strategic location, okay, which comes first doesn't matter at all. Okay, it's a synergy that should exist between InfoPark and the Rajagiri institution. This institution is at a very good strategic location. Institution should make best use of it, and institution should become a source of innovation. And the companies that exist in InfoPark also should make best use of this college. I'm sure that must be happening since Mr. V.K. Matthews is involved in this college. I'm sure he must be focusing on that as well. So I'm extremely happy to be here. The very idea of Confluence is timely because in today's world, progress happens only when industry, academia, and government work together and move forward together. And the topics chosen for this year also are extremely relevant. Research, innovation, your focus on self-reliance, entrepreneurship, and future skills. These are not just academic, they go to the heart of India's and Kerala's future. We live in a world where sovereignty is not defined just by military terms. It is equally about technology, data, and the ability to shape and own the platforms that define our economy and governance. India has made remarkable progress in IT experts and services, but as many of you know, we still depend heavily on foreign platforms, semiconductors, and AI systems. So the real question before us is, as I believe, it is to actually become owners of technology and not just users of technology. I believe we are all, Indians are creators of technology, no doubt about it. We should be owners of technology. You take any large tech company in Silicon Valley, Indians are the backbone of all those major tech companies. We are quite aware of that. Even Mr. Bill Gates recently clearly told that Indians he recruited from IITs at the start of founding of Microsoft are the real catalysts of the growth that was behind Microsoft. So is the story of major tech companies in Silicon Valley, no doubt about it. But then we should be the owners of technology. We are also owners of technology. More importantly, I believe there should be more homegrown tech companies, deep tech companies in India. That should be the focus. And definitely Indian government and Kerala government are also focusing on this aspect. Indian government is focusing a lot on Atmanirbhar Bharat right now. And you might be aware of the fact that Indian government is focusing a lot on semicon mission and AI mission. And more importantly, recently Indian government invested about 67,000 crore or so in semiconductor industry itself, providing all this 60,000 crores as incentives for semiconductor companies. So we want to become a major player in semiconductor industry. So such kind of initiatives are happening in India. The focus is very clear. The focus is to ensure that India becomes the hub for technology and innovation. Government of Kerala also is extremely and deeply invested in this journey. I would like to just mention few of your initiatives to inculcate some kind of inspiration in the youth over here. And let me assure you all guys Government of Kerala's policy imperative is clearly to create high quality jobs in the state of Kerala. Government initiated, declared a knowledge mission and clearly declared government would like to create about 20 lakh jobs in state of Kerala in the emerging sectors. We have taken a lot of initiatives as well. As you are aware, responsible industry initiative, responsible industry policy, responsible investment policy is declared by government of Kerala and identified 18 priority sectors which are environment friendly to Kerala, and we want to focus on this. So strategy is very clear. It's very important to have a clear strategy. The strategy is to focus on these 18 priority sectors, and for the first time we declared very good incentives to promote all these industries. And IT and tech sectors, especially emerging sectors, are the most important sectors out of these priority sectors. We want to focus a lot on this. So job potential of these sectors is extremely high. So we have taken up a slew of initiatives. So the most important is to ensure the business ecosystem, the service delivery ecosystem in Kerala should be the best. You are all aware the e-governance journey of Kerala. We are the first state to declare fully governed in the state, and we are the first state to declare full digital literacy in India. So building on those foundations, now we are focusing on actually creating a one government approach in government to focus on high quality citizen experience in Kerala, number one. And we are focusing a lot on ease of doing business. You are aware of the progress we have achieved in this. We are now focusing on creating more and more tech space in government sector. We want to promote more and more private IT parks as well in Kerala. We're focusing a lot on global capability centers in Kerala. We have laid out a very clear strategy of coming out with a GCC policy and to ensure number of GCCs in Kerala increase from 40 to 120. We would like to focus a lot on startup ecosystem. So we have a slew of initiatives. With paucity of time, I'm not proceeding on that. But more importantly, one important initiative which I would like to talk about here is which is more relevant to colleges like Rajagiri and also more relevant to programs like this. We are planning to come up with a program called Translational Research and Business Incubation Centers in all higher educational institutions. Planning to establish or promote Center of Excellences and Business Incubation Centers in such institutions. So I request Rajagiri also, you are so close to Info Park, so many companies are there, Connect is so huge. And I'm sure this particular institute, after seeing this kind of a quality in fact, and I'm sure you must be having a good Center of Excellences and Business Incubation Centers. Even otherwise, you can actually focus a lot on this. In fact, you can put up Center of Excellences in all emerging sectors. You can focus on putting up very good incubation facility to provide a lot of opportunities to innovate for all the young minds which are here. So I would like to end here by communicating this message, and I'm looking forward for more collaboration from Rajagiri. And the real success of this program Confluence is not just dependent on the discussions that are going to happen, but the output of this particular program, the collaborations that are going to come out of this program, and the focus that you are going to lay on creation of patent, on the innovation, the products you are going to, the students are going to develop, and the companies that you may actually end up forming in future. So the focus should be clearly on that. And thanks a lot for the management of Rajagiri and GTech chairman, Mr. V.K. Matthews, and all the people who invited me for this program. Thank you very much, and all the best for all the young minds who are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words and unwavering support. May I now invite Provincial Reverend Father Beninalkara CMI to present a memento to Sri Sriram Sambashivarao IAS as a token of our deepest love and gratitude. Thank you, Father. Every great beginning deserves a heartfelt gratitude. To deliver the vote of thanks, may I invite Reverend Dr. Saju MD, Principal, RCSS, and the Executive Director of RBS for the vote of thanks.
A warm good morning to you all, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, esteemed guests from industry, beloved fathers, faculty colleagues, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It's my singular honor and privilege on behalf of Rajagiri Higher Educational Institutions, under the aegis of Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, the Sacred Heart Province Kochi, and the larger CMA congregation, to deliver the word of thanks on this memorable occasion of the second edition of Rajagiri Conclave 2.0, hosted and led by Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. As we have seen, the CMA vision of education has always been holistic and transformative, and events like Rajagiri Confluence reflects this vision. Rajagiri Confluence is envisioned as the largest industry academia summit, a unique platform where thought leaders, policy makers, industry experts, researchers, and students come together to exchange ideas and chart pathways for the future. Anchored in the tagline, Future of Sovereignty and Self-Reliance, Confluence 2.0 seeks to address the critical questions of how nations, institutions, and individuals can remain resilient, innovative, and self-sustaining in an interconnected yet uncertain world. The inaugural stage of Confluence 2.0 itself stands as a living embodiment of this vision, bringing together distinguished leaders from government, industry, academia, and CMI congregation. The stage reflects the essence of collaboration and shared responsibility, with voices such as Sri V.K. Matthews, a pioneering technology entrepreneur, Sri Sriram Sambashivarao, IAS, a leader shaping Kerala's digital future, and Reverend Father Benny Nalkara, CMI, guiding the Rajagiri institutions with the CMI vision of holistic education, and other distinguished guests. The inaugural panel represents the very spirit of future of sovereignty and self-reliance. At the outset, let me extend my gratitude to Reverend Father Benny Nalkara, CMI, Provincial Sacred Heart Province, and Manager, Rajagiri Institutions, for the presidential address. Father, your words echoed the heart of the CM education mission to combine academic excellence aligned with the social transformation in this country. Thank you for coining a new expansion of AA, that is academia and industry. Thank you, Father. We are thankful to Sri V.K. Matthews, Chairman, IBS Software, and group of technology companies, GTech, for delivering the opening remarks. Sir is also the advisor to Confluence from the beginning. Sir, your insights into the future of technology and industry, academia partnerships, and the insights into the opportunities and challenges we face, it opened our eyes, and it will definitely encourage and inspire us to innovate. Thank you so much for your presence, and sir, we are also acknowledging that sir is also the member of governing board of Rajagiri Business School. So sir is closely associated with always with Rajagiri. We are grateful to you, sir. We also extend our sincere thanks to Sri Sriram Sambashivarao, IAS, Vice Chairman and Special Secretary, Electronics and IT, Government of Kerala, for joining us on this occasion. Sir, your presence and vision underscore the importance of fostering innovation, digital transformation, and forward-looking policies. And you have reinforced the importance of aligning industry, government, and academia to innovate. Thank you, sir, for your valuable message. Let me extend our heartfelt gratitude to Reverend Dr. Jason Paul Mullerikal, CMI, Principal, Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, for his gracious welcome address. Father Jason, your words captured the spirit of Rajagiri Confluence, reminding us that innovation, collaboration, and social responsibility must remain at the heart of education. Thank you, Father. We are thankful to Professor Clemens Bulita, President of the Technical University of Applied Sciences, Hamburg, Sweden. Thank you, sir, for your presence on this occasion and in being in this inaugural session. And a special thanks to Reverend Father Ajish Puducherry, our Counselor for Education. Confluence 2.0 holds special significance for Rajagiri higher education institutions, as the presence of heads of various educational institutions under the management of Sacred Heart Province symbolizes our collective will and renewed dedication to the relentless pursuit of excellence. All of them are here on stage. Today mark the culmination of many events started for last, or it has been continuing for last 1 week. Rajagiri institutions have organized various events, and including cultural competitions, silent celebrations, tech fest, cultural and film fest, exhibitions, and many more. Rajagiri was celebrating the confluence in both its essence and spirit. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Reverend Dr. George Pitapalli, Director Mitradam, a lifelong learner and remarkable person who envisioned the confluence of Rajagiri institutions within the framework of Confluence 2.0. Thank you, Father. I extend my gratitude to the heads of various higher education institutions, Rajagiri institutions, Professor Biju C.S., Principal of Sacred Heart College, Tevara, Dr. Lali Matthew, Principal, Rajagiri College of Management and Applied Sciences, Kakkanad, Reverend Dr. Francis Manavalan, CMI, Assistant Director, Rajagiri Business School, Reverend Father Dibin Karingen, Associate Director, Rajagiri Vishwajyoti College of Arts and Applied Sciences, Svengu, Reverend Dr. Joel George Pulolil, Dean, UG Studies, Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, for orchestrating the remarkable Confluence 2.0, a week-long celebration, as I have already mentioned. Thank you all by fostering dialogue across disciplines and sectors. Rajagiri Confluence is a movement to inspire collaboration, strengthen industry-academia linkage, and prepare the next generation to take confident strides towards building a future rooted in independence, innovation, and social responsibility. The Confluence, as we have mentioned, is organized jointly by the industry and academia, visible from its inception, conception to and execution. I extend my gratitude to the core team members from industry for their dedication to strengthening academia through your insights and support. On behalf of everyone gathered here, I extend my gratitude to Ms. Nasneen Jahangir, CEO, Nest Group, Mr. Srikumar V, Venture Head, Tata Elxsi and Secretary GTech, Mr. Sugeesh Subramanian, Director and Head, Spiridian Technologies, Mr. Jake Bijoy, Music Director and Alumnus Asset, Mr. Prasad, Mr. Anish Verghese, IT and Infrastructure and Cloud Solutions Specialist, and Ms. Sangeeta Jamal. I express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Divya James, Head of the Department of Computer Science and Business Systems, and I also extend our gratitude to Mr. Adul Santosh, Student Council Vice Chairperson, and the entire student community for making Confluence a reality. Our gratitude goes out to the organizing committee, faculty coordinators, staff, and student volunteers who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Their dedication, attention to detail, and spirit of teamwork have ensured the smooth conduct of this event. We acknowledge with appreciation the contributions of our sponsors, partners, and well-wishers whose support reinforces the belief that education flourishes best when academia, industry, and community come together. To our students and participants, your enthusiasm has given life to this confluence. Dear distinguished audience, thank you for your encouragement and support. The ideas exchanged at Confluence 2.0 should extend beyond these walls but should penetrate our classrooms, industries, institutions, and societies. Thank you all. May the spirit of Rajagiri Confluence continue to inspire us to seek knowledge, serve humanity, and work together towards a brighter tomorrow. Thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the inaugural function of Confluence 2.0. On behalf of Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology and GTech, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for joining us today. In a world where technology defines sovereignty, the path to self-reliance is no longer optional but essential. Industry and academia must work hand in hand to transform India from a user of technology into its creator and custodian. As we move ahead, we look forward to a day of insightful discussions, enriching workshops, and valuable networking. This indeed will be a true confluence of ideas and minds. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's confluence. Thank you all. To capture this glorious moment, may I request all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward for a photo session. May I request the dignitaries in the first row to come to the front of the stage with their Confluence folders. The dignitaries seated in the second row will be guided by our volunteers to their respective positions. Kindly hold your Confluence folders with you. I request the audience to kindly remain seated. The first panel discussion will commence in a few minutes. There's an announcement. Kindly note that the vehicle number KL7BF3429, a red Wagoner Maruti, is blocking the way in the parking area. I request the owner of the vehicle to kindly remove the car at the earliest. I repeat, vehicle number KL7BF3429. Thank you.
Energy, Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, Agape, and Nest. Our silver sponsors, Milma, Geojit, MathWorks, Murkins Trading Company, and lastly but not the least, our hydration sponsors, Golden Valley and Enjuice. Faculty members, and dear students, with immense pride and pleasure, we welcome you to Confluence 2.0, the annual industry academia meet organized by Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. I am Abdullah Khan.
I'm Esther Maria Jude.
I'm Joel George.
And we will be your hosts for the day.
Over the past week, Confluence 2.0, the largest industry academia summit, has unfolded as a vibrant program of events. Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, together with our partner institutions, Sacred Heart College, Tevra, Rajagiri College of Social Sciences, Rajagiri Business School, Rajagiri College of Management and Applied Sciences, Rajagiri Vishwajyoti College of Arts and Science, and Mithradam has organized a multitude of activities. Today, this meet continues with a series of engaging discussions and thought-provoking talks.
We have partnered with G-Tech, Infopark Kochi, Technopark Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala Startup Mission, Unique World Robotics, Kerala Metro Rail Limited, CIO Association, Progressive Techies, ULearn, and Computer Society of India for this event.
I request everyone to switch off their mobile phones to avoid any disturbances during the discussions. We will be beginning the panel discussions and talks of the day shortly.
For our first panel discussion, Future of Sovereignty and Self-Reliance, we have a stellar lineup of leaders who will help us explore the pathways to sovereignty and self-reliance in today's interconnected world.
Our moderator for the session, V.K. Matthews, is the founder and executive chairman of IBS Software, one of the leading software solution providers to the global travel industry. Founded in 1997, IBS Software today serves over 200 clients, including some of the biggest airlines, busiest airports, top oil and gas companies, leading cruise lines, and renowned hotel groups. Its business operations are spread across 60 cities in 35 countries, employing over 5,000 professionals from 42 nationalities. He was a former Executive Council member of NASSCOM and chairman of Confederation of Indian Industry, Kerala chapter. He is currently the chairman of G-Tech, the Industry Association of IT Companies in Kerala, and a member of the Kerala Chief Minister's High Power IT Committee. V.K. Matthews has a master's degree in aeronautical engineering from IIT Kanpur and had executive management education from Harvard Business School, Boston, USA. Please occupy your seat on the stage, sir.
Let me introduce you to the panelists for this session. Shri Venu Rajmani is a former Indian diplomat with 34 years of international experience and a scholar and leader in the field of higher education. He was the ambassador of India to the Netherlands and is presently the advisor to the Jain University, professor of diplomatic practice at the O.P. Jindal Global University, and a senior advisor for South Asia to the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, an international NGO based in Geneva. Ambassador Venu Rajamani was the officer on special duty, external cooperation with the state government of Kerala. He was also the press secretary to Indian President and the Consulate General of India in Dubai. He has served in the Indian missions in Hong Kong, Beijing, Geneva, and Washington, D.C. I request you to please occupy your seat on the stage, sir.
Lieutenant General M. Munikrishnan Nair is a former Signal Officer-in-Chief of the Indian Army, where he served for nearly 40 years all over the country in operational, staff, and instructional assignments. As a Lieutenant General, he was also the Commandant of the Military College of Telecommunications Engineering and the Chief of Staff of Army's Central Command. While he was serving as the Signal Officer-in-Chief, he was picked up as India's third National Cybersecurity Coordinator at the National Security Council Secretariat, an appointment which he held for 2 years till 31 May 2025. He has vast experience in utilizing technology for operational domains and for citizen-facing applications. Lieutenant General Nair has also been leading India's global initiatives on cybersecurity.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'm here to moderate this session, The Future of Sovereignty and Self-Reliance. As was already introduced, we have two eminent panelists who will be able to explain what we are actually talking about. Both are very, very experienced. One of the most experienced diplomats in our country, and the other person is a general who knows how sovereignty and what sovereignty means on the ground when it comes to territorial integrity, security, defense, and all of those. I just will take maybe about 5-10 minutes to set the context. So, sovereignty, as I have mentioned before, and as we all know, at the core it means the supreme authority of a country to govern itself without external interference. And it has evolved. It has different dimensions: political, territorial, legal, economical, and all kinds of dimensions. And what has kept it going, initially, if you look at the pre-modern era, it was the sheer raw power, physical might, then economic might, and technological might. In this case, what I mean is the industrial technology as was known in the 20th century, and then evolved to digital might as well. And then, of course, through the 21st century, soft power, the aspect of software power, also became very relevant for sovereignty. Sovereignty has shifted from swords and to servers, from borders to technology, redefining global order. And that's what it is. And why this is relevant? What is our vulnerability? If you really, that's what I was actually saying, if you take a day in the life of an Indian citizen, for that matter, the citizens of many countries, it starts and ends with the support of technology, provided by companies and countries which are outside India, outside their respective borders. Whether it is communication, lifestyle, healthcare, entertainment, transportation, power, law and order. For instance, think of 5 years from now, when we have more and more EVs, electric vehicles on the road. If a company decide to halt them, all of those cars will be frozen on the road and we will not be able to even move them. And that's the kind of vulnerability that we have. And what we have seen of late with the trade tariff and the kind of issues which we are facing at the moment, either it is disrupted inadvertently or intentionally, it can bring us, bring the nation to a standstill. We can be on our knees. So therefore, that is our vulnerability. The technology that we use is not owned by us. So the technology autonomy gap, whilst on the one side we have a lot of strengths because we are leaders in global IT services, we have very young skilled technology talent, and we also have for the country developed some digital infrastructure in terms of our digitization. But in terms of the hardware that we use, the platforms that we actually use, and all of the R&D and the IP, none of it is with us. This is what I was actually saying. India codes for the world, but does not control the code it runs. This is our difficulty. And there are many reasons for it, and I've cited few. There is a significant research and innovation deficit. Just to give you a view, whilst India spends today in 2025 $17 per citizen, United States is about $3,000, Israel spends $3,650, and even China spends close to $400. That is the kind of deficit. We have been busy, and perhaps rightly so, in using the technology which others have invented, using the science which others have invented, or which is invented for others, maybe by Indians. And that is the reason why where we are. Like what Sambashiva was saying at the end of this confluence and beyond, a lot of us have to think what is going to be the shift that's going to be. Our professors will be professors only if they create know-how and knowledge. Teaching, conveying knowledge is just one aspect. Teaching is one aspect, but we have to create it. We have to own it. We use what others invent. You have to understand this. And it will be quite cynical if I say this, and it is a truth. We have no technology. We have no science. We have no original research. We have some, but that is so minuscule. And this is a huge, huge vulnerability. I don't think India will be able to protect the future of the 1.46 trillion billion as of now population with that kind of dependence. And that's what this is all about. Technology on how to achieve. There are different models, some of the successful models, which I don't want to go to the details now, which the panelists will discuss. And there are great opportunities when we move from users of technology to creators. Huge opportunities for India on the other side, though it's a vulnerability. So this is basically the discussion. This discussion should not only follow the Confluence sessions, it has to be debated in our country at length, and we have to find solutions by the industry, government, public sector, universities working together. It is a great opportunity, but at the same time, it's a great threat if we don't address it. Take this in your mind. We don't create technology. We don't have technology. We don't have science yet. That's the context. Thank you. Now, with this, I will go to the panelists. Hello.
Yep.
So I will ask the first question to Ambassador Venu Rajamani, very distinguished, renowned diplomat. So my question is this: from a diplomatic point of view, how should India counter the recent policy changes by the USA? In the context of our overarching theme of sovereignty, self-reliance, and also the immediate impact which it is going to bring to our companies and our economy, how should we respond to it, Venu?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And thank you to the Rajagiri leadership and to you for having invited me here. If you will permit me, I'd like to make 3 general comments first, based on all that we have heard this morning, and then come specifically to your question. First of all, a person with my background, having studied, having teaching politics, international relations, international law, and having worked as a career diplomat for 34 years, the first comment I'd like to make is when I hear words like sovereignty, self-reliance, my instinctive reaction is one of caution. Because I firmly believe there is no going back to 17th century sovereignty. And also, if you look at the world today, and we had some references to it this morning, if you look at what is happening in the terrible, terrible things which are happening in Gaza, if you look at the war in Ukraine, if you look at Yemen, if you look at trouble spots across the world, you will realize that countries are increasingly adopting a philosophy or an approach of might is right. And it is this might is right which emerges from an excessive importance being placed on sovereignty. We as a country, India, have always been internationalist. We have always sought to cooperate with the world, work with the world, and we have benefited from our engagement from the world. If you take the principle of self-reliance, till the early 90s when India started its economic reforms program, self-reliance was the main plank of our economy. But that held us back in many ways. And the kind of economic boost that occurred post-economic reforms occurred because of engagement with the world. I think in the opening speeches, both your speech, the provincial made an excellent opening speech. He highlighted the point. By talking about these issues, by discussing these issues, we are not going back to little isolated islands living on their own. That is not the world that we want. We need to build our strengths. We need to build technological autonomy. We need to rise in the world as a strong, confident country, but yet as part of engaging with the world. I think this is very important for everyone to keep in mind, that whatever is ideal for India is building one's own strengths, even as we continue to learn from the world, even as we continue to give to the world, and we continue to interact and engage with the world. And I'm delighted to see a number of friends from outside India in the audience, both faculty and students who are partners of Rajagiri, and that is a good example. Secondly, since we have a large young audience here, I would also say that our goal should be to make these young people from Kerala in particular, from India, anywhere in India, think global, act global, be global citizens. I can say with great confidence, and I'm sure both my fellow panelists know, our people are amongst the best in the world. Our human resources are absolutely outstanding. Please give yourself a big hand, especially the young people. Wherever Indians have gone, they have succeeded. Even in India, they are a great success, but we can do much, much better. So please think global, act global, become global citizens, have that as your motto, as your policy. And from there emerges the third point I want to make. Whatever be the global situation, whatever be the state of international politics, we as Indians should not approach the world with fear. We must approach it with confidence. We have enough in our modern history and in the domestic strengths that we have built, which gives us the confidence that we can overcome any challenge that comes in our way. So let us not approach either the US or China or any other country with fear, but let us approach it with confidence, and based on this confidence, let us build policy. So here I come straight to your question, and I think this is really the Government of India's approach, and this is an approach which is accepted by everyone. Yes, we have problems in our relations with the US. Yes, President Trump in particular, after having come to power in his second term, has been taking a series of decisions which are adversely affecting India. There is no doubt about it. But the question is Trump a temporary phenomenon? Does Trump really represent the US as a whole? Are India and the US in the long-term strategic partners, or people who are doomed to be in conflict with each other, in enmity with each other, and in competition with each other? Any student of international politics will say that there is so much which unites the US and India. If you look at the history of how India-US relations has steadily improved over 5 different presidents in the US and different governments in India, you can only feel confident about the long-term future of India-US relations. We have to assume that President Trump, the policies he's making, the decisions he's making, is something short-term and temporary. After all, he's in power for 4 years. And we are not the only country at the receiving end. His closest allies, Canada, European Union, are at the receiving end. His next door neighbor, Mexico, is at the receiving end. He's virtually in a tariff war. He has been in a tariff war with China. So a lot of things which are not normal are currently happening in the world. The approach of India is patience, is restraint. We will not react to the US in the manner the US is dealing with us. Instead, we will patiently continue talks. But in the meantime, what is India's biggest asset? It is our market. It is our economy, the fact that we are 1.46 billion people. If India can create enough purchasing power within our country for our people, there will be an economic boom within India, and consequently, the world economy will also boom. So today, India's strategy is be patient, do not respond to provocation, build your domestic economy. That's why the GST has been slashed and a number of incentives are being planned for industry. In the meantime, many exporters have already been looking at alternate markets. There are few markets which can rival the US in its purchasing power, in its size, in its comprehensive nature, but still we can look to Europe, we can look to Southeast Asia, we can look to the Gulf countries, we can look wherever there are possibilities. We must diversify. And equally, as you point out, whether it was during the COVID, people realized how dependent they were on supply chains from abroad, and suddenly all countries started putting up barriers. So every country has virtually taken a decision that everything essential we will manufacture ourselves. Similarly, in the technological field, it is absolutely imperative that we build our own strengths, we become technology creators. We must not purely be consumers of technology, but we must also be realistic that today the dependence we have on the US, the dependence we have on international technology majors is not going to go away overnight. And the only country in the world who has been able to strike an alternate path is China. So we must look at China. We must learn from China. In international politics, there are only permanent interests, no permanent friends or permanent enemies. So where we can learn from China, we must learn from China. Where we can collaborate with China, we must collaborate with China. Where we can continue to use our links, whether it is people to people, company to company, between scientific institutions, educational institutions, we must continue to benefit from the US, and we must steadily bring up our strengths while continuing to remain engaged with the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Venu. Venu covered many points, a number of points. One, I was asking specifically about US and how we should respond. The one thing that he mentioned, which I think is very positive, is that the relationship between India and US and the kind of intertwining that we have is so strong that it cannot be affected by gesture perturbations that we actually see through some of the presidencies like the current presidency. Number two, that's also another very important one for all of us. We have to think global, act global, and also see in the larger good of global. That's important because we also have to address it with confidence. We have survived. We are 5,000 years old. We have survived through all of this and more. So I think that's another aspect. So very good. And of course, we have to observe restraint. We will not react. We only respond. And of course, in that one also, we have to do what is good for our country. Thank you. Now, let me ask General Unni, what's the role of technology in defense self-reliance? Role of technology in defense self-reliance? And how do you see our position at this point in time, the status of that as we speak for Indian defense? And again, you can also say, what does technology mean to Indian defense and self-reliance?
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. At the outset, let me thank Father Jason and the organizers of Confluence 2.0 to giving me an opportunity to come and speak here. Firstly, I just wanted to introduce myself. I served in the Indian Armed Forces for 39 years. I left Kerala at the young age of 16, like many of you here. And I joined the National Defense Academy and served the nation for 40. I'm coming back to Kerala after 45 years. So I finished my tenure with the government on 31st May, and it's just 3 months. I happened to meet Father Jason in one of the meetings here. And this is my first meeting or interaction with the academic community. Extremely grateful for having this particular interaction. I would answer the question which Mr. Matthews has posed by giving a small example of what we have in our armed forces insofar as technology domain is concerned. I think all of you would have seen the actions which the Indian Armed Forces did during the conflict situation we had in April, May. It was actually use of technology to the best possible means. And a lot of it came from indigenous technology. We heard the opening keynotes, many of the dignitaries addressed all of you, mentioned about the academia, industry, collaboration, requirement of, working closely together. But one segment which I think we need to include in such discussions are the users. Now, people like us, the users, are key to how technology progresses in a nation. This is something which we need to understand. And the technology, if it is homegrown, is the best in current situations when there are denial regimes which can happen. There are challenges in supply chains. But the aspect brought out by my fellow panelist, Mr. Venu, on being a globalized world is something we never should forget. we have a situation. I'll just paint the picture of what happened in the last 2 years when I served as the National Cybersecurity Coordinator. We have a large digital, in fact, the largest digital public infrastructure in the world today is in India. And I think we all as Indians should be very, very proud of this. Our digital public infrastructure reaches today the remotest areas of our country. And if you just Google, you'll find a small little place called Campbell Bay, which is in South Andamans. And there's a small village which the people there use the UPI today to carry out their day-to-day transactions. Now, this is the connect which we have with our citizens in our country, and I think it's something which is tremendous. We have 1.45 billion, or increasing population, the largest in the world. We have over 1 billion internet connections today. You just look at the figures today, I think we have crossed 1 billion internet connections. We have 1.3 billion devices in our ecosystem, and actually the count is increasing every day. We have more than 50 million machine-to-machine devices in our ecosystem. We have the largest quantum of data actually generating within our country. Now see this large ecosystem, data houses, applications, and above all of us as users. So the digital domain of ours is so vast today, and it was my job as the National Cybersecurity Coordinator to protect this large ecosystem from cybersecurity vulnerabilities. And despite the fact that we have heavy dependencies on outside, did any of you ever feel a breakdown in any of your services of the UPI, any of your banking services? Yes, I accepted that there could be infrastructural challenges which you face momentarily due to power supply, small shutdowns, etc., etc. But did you ever feel your UPI transactions getting interfered for a large number of hours? It never happened. It shows the resilience which we have, and I, as a proud Indian, feel that today we have technology which we can actually leverage, and we don't have to be dependent on any other source. Yes, the World Wide Web, that is the internet, it's still actually governed by countries which are outside, but we still can protect our ecosystem, and that's the message I wanted to put it across to each one of you. Coming on to the armed forces, how do we use technology? Now, I'll give you a small example of some of the inventions which we created within our own. We have a secure mobile phone today. You can actually Google and see that the armed forces today use a phone called Sambhav, which is actually a secure smartphone which was extensively used during the last operation. We have the first quantum lab, which came up in 2021 in our military institutions. It came up after the TIFR had a quantum lab in 2012. The first quantum lab came in the armed forces. We have a 5G test bed, which is in our military institutions today. We have a completely secure messaging system, which is again homegrown. It's completely made by the armed forces personnel themselves. Now, this is the kind of technology which we have in our armed forces, and what the audience, largely the students here, should understand is that there are lot of technology utilizers, users, creators in the armed forces themselves. It's not just platforms like the tanks and the aircraft or the guns you see. There's a lot of technology also which are homegrown. We have the DRDO, we have the defense, the production units which are there, the DPSUs which are there. They're also supporting in our endeavor. But suffice to say that all of them today have connects with outside, and we cannot stay in islands or supply chains. Our chips come from outside today. So there are a lot of governmental initiatives taken to make sure that the chips are manufactured within the country. We have networks, the part of networks which are coming from outside the country. Now they have to come from trusted sources. So we make sure that there are licensing policies which make sure that these come from trusted sources, so that technology doesn't fail you at those critical times. So self-reliance in armed forces, in the Ministry of Defense, is a key. And it's a thing which will keep increasing in utilization, because I think Mr. Matthews mentioned about artificial intelligence. Now, the technology landscape is changing so fast that unless we catch up with technology, which is difficult, or at least get involved in chasing this technology, the capability to defend our nation will get reduced. So that's the dependence we have in the Ministry of Defense insofar as technology is concerned.
Thank you. Thank you for giving some sort of an inspiring pitch to it, actually. So I'll come back to you with follow-up questions. Again, if you look at from the country's point of view, how critical is technology autonomy for us? Because, I mean, not all countries can do everything. In fact, not any nation or individual should do anything and everything. They should do what they are good at. But still, taking everything into account, how critical is technology autonomy for India? And what do you think are the steps that we can take to achieve in moderation? What I mean to say is that a country of 1.46, 1.5 billion people cannot be entirely dependent on outsiders' technology. So it should be, we must have some levers. So if you could give some light.
I think technology autonomy is absolutely critical for India. Maybe autonomy is too strong a word, but building domestic technological capabilities, and in fields like IT, not just being a service provider, but a creator of authentic original products, of technology of one's own, and as you mentioned in your opening speech, riding the current wave of artificial intelligence and making the best and the maximum use of it is absolutely important for India. There is no doubt at all. But we must try and understand what our situation is. One, we just heard General Nair tell us about the very important achievements that have taken place in the Indian defense industry in terms of creating our own capabilities where we don't have to depend on anyone else. But when it comes to fighter jets, we are still dependent. That is the reality. Our fighter jets are not good enough. So there are areas where we can build capabilities. The IT industry is an example where in some select areas we have built certain capabilities. The National Digital Infrastructure, UPI, the Digi Yatra that you use when you go in and out of airports, Digi Locker, which is widely available now. These are all unique examples of our own technology which are hugely successful. But today what we have are pockets of excellence. This is not enough. We have to mainstream them. We have to make sure that technology creation becomes an across-the-board activity, and that is where educational institutions like Rajagiri become absolutely critical. We have to revamp our education system, especially the teaching of subjects such as engineering. Anyone in the industry would say that there is a huge disconnect between industry and academia. It is exactly to address that you're organizing an event like Confluence. And that disconnect exists to the students coming out from engineering college institutions not being fit directly for employment in industry, and industry having to spend huge amounts of money in retraining them. That disconnect exists to curriculum, which does not keep pace with the demands of industry. And that disconnect also, when we talk in terms of competing with the US or competing with China, that disconnect exists to our entire mindset. Tragically, our education system has always emphasized rote learning. Our education system has not encouraged critical thinking and innovation. It has not encouraged entrepreneurial ability in the manner it should have. And that is what has helped countries like US succeed, and that is what China has emulated to become the success it has become. We still think, even in the best of our institutions, in silos. We do not have interdisciplinary learning happening to the extent that is required. We do not encourage collaborative models of learning, of developing innovative products, or in applying our learning to the education to the society that we see around us and to societal problems. So a sea change is required in our education system in order for us to become truly creators of technology. But along with that, a number of steps are required. Things have, many were already mentioned. You mentioned in your presentation just now, the amount of money which goes into R&D is abysmally low in India when compared to our ambitions, when compared to our aspirations. And within the amount of 0.7% of the GDP that we commit to R&D, the predominant chunk has come from the government. So I'm sorry, the private sector has sadly been lagging behind. While in a country like the US, it is the private sector which is the leader, and the governmental contribution to R&D is extremely small. Similarly, China and US today, China has, I think, about 2.4% of its GDP, which goes into R&D. But please remember, the Chinese economy is 3 times as large as us. So the total amount which goes is much larger. And in the US, the private sector really leads in bringing money more than what China puts into its R&D. So resources is an important issue. This is an area where the Indian government has started taking some fledgling steps. We need to identify industry champions and encourage them to lead in certain technology sectors. The government needs to give them the support required. There is the production-linked incentive scheme, which has been introduced by the government, which can be extended. And we need to create technology hubs. We need to create centers of excellence. The Kerala IT Secretary talked about creating centers of excellence here in Rajagiri. So all these steps need to come together. But I will conclude saying resources are very important, but resources are not enough. We have to focus on the mindset change also.
Absolutely. That's another interesting observation. The purpose of schooling, unfortunately, in India is testing rather than learning. And that's because of the economic background of our country. That culture has to change. Thank you for the perspective. I would like to ask you, General Nair, again, when it comes to indigenous defense production, what do you think are the roles of different stakeholders? That means the government, industry, external suppliers, and how can we achieve far greater indigenous defense production, not only for our own purpose, but even for earning export revenues like what the US and other countries do?
Mr. Matthews, I think Mr. Venu had mentioned about requirement of indigenous production. I will now take it on to the requirements of Ministry of Defense. The challenges are very, very high because the platforms which we use in the armed forces should deliver results when it's desired. It should deliver results at the point of impact, at the point of criticality. Now, it's a very, very difficult target to achieve insofar as industry is concerned. But understand this, that most of the technology which you see today, the developments which have taken place, including artificial intelligence, have come up because of the requirements of protecting nations, protecting citizens. So, I think with the vibrant youth which we have, Mr. Venu mentioned about, I also have a similar feeling that we have the best, most talented, most vibrant, most competent young population within our country, which is a dividend we need to exploit. What is currently required is that we require policies and framework which encourages indigenous development of these critical technologies which are probably not there in the country. You would have seen, I'd mentioned about chip development. Similarly, there's a lot of effort going on from the government side to have engines, especially the jet aircraft engines, tank engines, which we don't develop indigenously today. But we have the technology, we have Indians who are working outside in these domains. And it's time that we develop such technologies, identifying those critical sectors, critical industries which can probably deliver. Governance and frameworks is in the pipeline. Resources in terms of finances. I think over the last couple of years, a lot of investment by the government, by the various ministries, let it be the Department of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Information and Technology. There are so many missions which are there. The National Quantum Mission, the National AI Mission, the Supercompute Mission. There are the Chip Mission. So there are quite a few of these missions which are there, and all of them are directly or indirectly contributing to the defense sector too. Third is R&D. Now, this is one weakness which I think has come out in the discussions very, very evidently. This is where I think we'd request the industrial segment also to focus on. I think we need to spend a little more on R&D, especially the public sector undertakings, the defense public sector undertakings, the industry which is actually supporting the Ministry of Defense in many of their projects today. I think a little more of effort from their side on resources. And we need to understand that we have the talent, we have the aptitude in our personnel, we have skilled professionals, but what we lack is probably that connect between the academia, the industry, and the users. Now, the user ecosystem is something which is unique and which keeps changing with times based on so many other factors. People talk about conflicts which are taking place, be it Israel, be it Russia, Ukraine. But what we have in our country today is unique to ourselves. Now, many of the products which we today make may not actually fall in the category where they can be used in the high altitude regions of our northern borders, into the very, very inclement weather. The altitude is so high, the weather is so bad at times. I've seen optical fiber which we use. All of you are familiar with what you see in the optical fiber. They crack and they break during winter conditions in the northern areas of our country. This is the kind of challenge which we face in the military ecosystem. Now, the collaboration between the academia, the industry, and the users will probably ease this to a considerable extent. So, to answer to your question in 3 points. 1, government has to formulate policies and frameworks. It's already working. Resources in terms of finances, some support to the private sector too. That also is forthcoming. And the third, resources in terms of R&D, and probably collaboration with a lot of like-minded international partners. This is also one way of actually leapfrogging technology gaps. This is something which we could work on.
Thank you. I think it's critical to understand what are the critical aspects for self-defense or self-reliance in defense. And so therefore, we don't become entirely dependent. We are self-reliant, but not that we do everything as we should be. Otherwise, which will be a suboptimal way of doing it. Now, I think we are almost coming to the end of our time. In fact, I had more questions, but some of the questions were implicitly answered. So we have few minutes. I would like to take some questions in case any of you have any questions pertaining to this topic. The topic is sovereignty, technology, autonomy, self-reliance. That's the broad topics. Any questions? Yeah, if you could stand up, please. Oh,
Hello.
so I've seen.
Can I ask one first
Yes,
question?
yes,
maybe?
Father
No,
Jason.
There were references about the academia and industry relationship, and again, I think that was from Rajamani sir, and then there was another reference from M.U. Nayaza. Industry has to step in. I think this gap is also there. That is my observation. Nowadays, academia, we look for research funds from the government. And from industry, I think, I don't know, we have never seen anything like that. So is there a possibility, bridging that gap, how the industry is going to step up? Because now we see that if industry doesn't step up, then we are alone in this new bipolar world and with the fall of the free trade. So how can the industry, come into that play and along with the government and academia?
So I can give you some perspectives on some of the models which are followed. In the US, after the Second World War, when they realized that they have to improve the research outcomes, what they've done is they have converted the government-owned, government-operated model of labs. They were not that efficient. They've converted it completely to government-owned, commercially operated or contractor operated from a go-go to go-co. That means government allocates so much of research funds, but it is done by private labs. For example, Bechtel Corporation, which owns 7 major labs, including the National Oak Ridge Laboratory in Knoxville, Tennessee, where Einstein made atom bomb. All of that is funded fully by the government, but with very strict service levels and outcomes. So the government spends the money, but the research is done by private with very strict, and this is a model that we can also, if, for example, for indigenous defense production, why I would say that is, in the private sector, if it's the right private sector, the effectiveness can be much higher. I will quote an example. TCS doing passport management for the country. How much of a difference has it made to that service? That service quality is nothing less than international, better than international. So if we are able to do our research, so we have to allocate more funds, but if we can get the private sector to participate, that would be a good thing, is what I would, that's how I respond, Father Jason Paul.
Can I?
Yeah, please add.
I would like to just add that the missions which I mentioned about quantum mission, AI mission, there is a large component of funding which the government is doing to the private entities today. If you look at the chip development, there are already, I think, up to 8 private players who are actually in this game, and the government is funding these projects. So today, look at the MOD. There are IDEX projects which the government is funding. So there are opportunities which are there, which the government is today providing for private sector players to excel. So I just want to add to whatever you mentioned.
I can just quickly add 2 points. One, I think our industry, unfortunately, is focused on short-term profits rather than long-term strengths. That industrial mindset has to change. Again, thank you for organizing this Confluence 2.0. I think the goal of this conference is also that we need to continue this process. We need to have much more discussions. And the second, which I know from my experience of the government trying to work closely with think tanks, is that there is a huge lack of trust and lack of confidence in each other. The government is not confident the think tanks can deliver what it wants, and the think tanks feel very upset that the government is the repository of all knowledge and the government refuses to share its information. So similarly, it is up to educational institutions to maintain continuous dialogue with the industry and infuse in them a confidence that you're capable of doing the kind of research that they want, which will bring the results that they are looking for. And similarly, industry needs to open its eyes and see that the educational institutions are a huge asset that they can utilize instead of creating indigenous research capacities within their own companies. They can easily outsource it to educational institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Venu. Any further questions?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So my name is Sarita. I'm faculty from ASET over here, sir.
Yes.
My question is to Sri Rajamani, sir. One of your remarks was making me curious to ask this question. That is, in international relation, there are no enemies actually. There's only interests actually calculated. So how far India is actually competent to become or to gain sovereignty in technology by collaborating with China?
Can you
I'll just repeat my question. The one remark that you made, that is collaborating with China, is one of a strategic idea that we can actually, put forward. So how smart are we to gain technological sovereignty by, collaborating with China?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I think you raise an interesting but a slightly complex question. Till all these recent developments with President Trump, our mistrust of China was very high. And therefore, genuine collaboration possibilities was very low. Instead, we put all our eggs in the American basket, and with the US, with US institutions, we were going at a breakneck speed in building our relationship. But the recent actions by the US government has become a wake-up call for us. Don't put your eggs in all your eggs in one basket. One leader changing can suddenly turn around things completely. And you need to have options. So you would have already seen in the foreign policy space, Prime Minister Modi was recently in China. We were talking with other leaders about the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So we are making the changes necessary to rebuild bridges with China. Rebuilding India-China relations is not easy because we have a history of a war before, there are tensions on the border, and a lot of people see China as a power which will not just rival the US, but which will also become a dominant power within Asia. And there are questions as to whether that will be at India's cost. So China is a complex relationship. I do not see cooperation in critical technologies happening very easily. China would be reluctant to share it with us, and we would also probably prefer to source it from somewhere else so that we have a more comfortable relationship with them. But still, throughout, like say it was Galwan when our India-China relations suddenly collapsed. But steadily, there has been a process since 1988 of India and China building university-to-university linkages, scientific institution-to-scientific institution linkages, trying to forge contacts in basic science. So certain steps had already been made. We must continue to make that. We must build relationships in non-critical areas first so that we can gradually also see if the political trust reaches a level where we are truly able to work together. In fact, I was talking to General Nair earlier, cyber security, which he's a specialist in, is an area where some kind of an informal India-China dialogue amongst non-governmental experts has started. Now, in the beginning, everybody was dismissive of it, saying, look, China is the country which targets India and which threatens our cyber security. What is the point in talking to them? But still, we have had a dialogue, and such dialogues are part of keeping all your options open.
Thank you. Thank you. I know there are more questions, but I've been reminded that we are running out of time. So regrettably, I have to close it, but some of us will be available afterwards. But the purpose is, like Venu said, the world that we create, ladies and gentlemen, is a product of our thinking. And Mr. Trump, during his 9 months of administration, has caused the world to think differently. And one of the thoughts that occurs through the mind of people is our own sovereignty matters. If by any chance the technologies are switched off as we speak, we will become vulnerable. Not that it is going to happen, but I think we should be aware of it. And it presents great opportunities as we discussed. So we are going to stop here. Thank you for your patient listening. And I would also like to thank my fellow panelists for the kind of valuable, these are not, they are very rare people and people with enormous experience. And when they are talking about it, they are talking with conviction. So thank you very much, Venu Rajamani and General Nair. And thank you for your time.
I request our panelists to remain seated.
I request our moderator, Mr. V.K. Matthews, to present mementos to our panelists. Shri Venu Rajamani. And Lieutenant General Madhavan Unikrishnan Nair. Let me invite Reverend Father Ajish Puducherry CMI, Associate Director of RCMAS, to hand over our token of appreciation to our moderator, Mr. V.K. Matthews.
Better than what artificial intelligence would.
Thank you, sirs. This concludes our first panel discussion.
Next up, we have a fireside chat with our proud icon of our country, Group Captain Prashant B. Nair, member of India's space mission. I invite you, sir, to the dais. Mr. Prashant Balakrishnan Nair is an Indian Air Force Group Captain, test pilot and flight instructor, and one of the 4 astronauts selected in 2019 for India's Gaganyaan human spaceflight program. He has about 3,000 hours of flying experience on aircraft, including the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and was the backup pilot for the Axiom Mission 4 to the International Space Station.
Over to Mr. Prakash Balakrishnan.
Where? Hello. Jai Hind. It's not yet lunch and already you're tired. Let's repeat that again. Jai Hind. Thank you, children, and thank you to all the organizing committee, the faculty, and Rajagiri in itself, and all the people who are watching wherever they are watching from. Thank you for having me here on this very special occasion. So, what are we talking about? Space. Before that, you should know who I am. So I believe we're going to have a fireside chat. There are 2 more people who will be joining me very soon out here. But before that discussion takes place, it's very important that you know what exactly I bring to the table or what the nation brings to the table as far as space is concerned. So I'll introduce myself and the space program through that way. I'm a fighter pilot of the Indian Air Force. I got commissioned in 1998. I'm ex-National Defense Academy, 93rd course, and got commissioned into the fighters. I have flown the MiG-21. Yesterday I was in Chandigarh where we decommissioned the MiG-21. The final sortie was flown by our chief. And I went to different fighters like Jaguars and the Sukhois, which you see here, and I've been privileged to command a Sukhoi squadron in Tejpur, Assam at the heights of the Doklam crisis. A commanding officer means that you take into war 18 to 20 fighter jets when you're called to do it as part of a bigger national objective. I am also a test pilot. A test pilot is not a pilot who keeps giving tests like what you do in college. There's a different connotation to a test pilot. A test pilot is one who does really dangerous stuff, meaning he takes new fighter aircraft or existing fighter aircrafts and puts weapons into them or new weapons and tests them at their extreme ranges, at different altitudes, different speeds, different profiles, shutting down engines, relighting engines, firing weapons, and basically making sure that it is safe enough and operationally good enough to release to the fleet so that it can be used for the reason that it is intended to be used for. Now, in the space program, whenever it is in its nascent stage, for example, when the NASA program and they was there for sending their astronauts to space for the first time, or the Russian program was there to send their cosmonauts, they always take from a pool of test pilots. The reason being that you're already used to testing fast-flying machines, which spacecrafts are, in the initial stage, unpredictable, and we are by profession and by skill ready to take those fast decisions which will save the spacecraft and the mission and yourself. So the initial pilots are always from the pool of test pilots. Now, you don't have to be just a test pilot also. It's very important that you have to be a researcher, because the initial people who are there in the test program of the space mission need to be involved in the design of the spaceship, because it doesn't exist. Mission Gaganyaan, in a nutshell, involves putting an Indian into space using an Indian rocket in an Indian capsule from Indian shores. It's never happened before from India. We'll be the only fourth country after the erstwhile USSR, now Russia, USA, and China to put our own astronaut using its own capsule. That's why it's such a big deal. And so for that, we are going to be involved in the development of the capsule, because it doesn't exist, so that one day, one of you may take it safely to space after we test it out for you. And I was lucky that last February, the Honorable Prime Minister pinned the first of the astronaut badges on my chest, and you see it out here. And I'm looking forward to that. In the future, many of you will don the same wings. That's the so-called spacesuit. That's the Gaganyaan capsule. And that's the LVM-3 rocket of ISRO. And that is what is going to be taking us to space by year 2027. Also, last 1 year, I spent training in the US, because we need all kinds of information while building our own capsule and also our space station. Very soon, we'll be also launching our own space station. Like the International Space Station, we have got something known as the Bharatiya Antariksh Station. The first module will go up in 2028, and by 2035, we'll have all the other modules up and running. And we are setting up the entire protocol, the procedures, the technical know-how to make sure that this is operational. And like I said, any one of you would be residing in that home above the, above Earth, above India, and orbiting around India in the future. So there's a lot of learning that we did from other countries. From Russia we have learned, from US we have learned. We also learned from Japan, the Japanese Space Agency, and also from the European Space Agency. That's the SpaceX facility. You would have heard a lot about Elon Musk and his rockets. So that's the Boca Chica facility of SpaceX Starship. What you see on the background there behind me on the top left, that's the Starship. The rate of production, just to tell you what's going to happen, is going to be 1 every 2 weeks. And like one of the panelists said before, I visited there, most of the scientists are Indian Americans. This is a spaceship that's going to take humanity to Moon and Mars, but built by Indian Americans and Indians. And that's most of you. But let's do it for our own country now, and I'm sure we have got the capability. And that's the SpaceX Falcon 9 for taking you to low Earth orbit. That's around 400 kilometers. That's my colleague Shooks when he landed back from International Space Station recently, and we received him in the Johnson Space Center. And that's an interesting piece of history. That is Air Commodore Ravish Malhotra, who was the backup to Rakesh Sharma sir in 1984. And that's the overall with which, they trained all those years back. He still kept it in the polythene and safe, because when you are part of history, you make sure that the next generation are able to literally touch it so that they are inspired. And you all are that next generation. You will be the one who sees space from an Indian perspective. So what has got me here, I thought since it's an academic environment and a lot of children, certain things which has made sure that I am successful, if you call me successful. Fear of missing out. I realized that I'm already complete. I don't need to do something else to be complete. Right now, trust me when I tell you, you all are fully complete. Never ever have this fear of missing out. You all are complete. With that knowledge, just go out there and conquer. Do whatever you want, because everything else is a bonus. From FOMO, go to ROMO. That's a new term which I made. Relief on missing out. And everything happens exactly the way it has to be. And from both of this, once you are in the ROMO mode, whether you have no fear of missing out, no relief on missing out. Everything is as it has to be. To tell you from my own life, I was never in the space program initially. After commanding the fighters con, as an Air Force fighter pilot, I would have gone up in the Air Force hierarchy. And if you had asked me then that what was the next thing that you want to do, I would have said, yeah, in the Air Force hierarchy. But destiny had something else for me. So from fear of missing out, if I thought there was a fear of missing out in my Air Force profile, destiny said, just relax, we got space waiting for you. So in your own life also, when obstacles come, just take it with a pinch of salt, because something better is waiting for you. Be a lifelong student. I don't mean keep studying, accumulating degrees. No. It is a curiosity. The curiosity to know more. And once you learn, and you all are lucky, you got so much tutors, not just physically, but also from internet. Remain a lifelong student means just keep that curiosity angle alive. Don't let ChatGPT numb you. Okay, you're the ones who feed stuff into ChatGPT. Be the one who creates, not the one who consumes. I think it's not. We all want to be celebrities, right? The one thing, if you ask, most of us say, we want to be a celebrity. A lot of power, a lot of money, a lot of fame. Trust me, you already are to your grandparents and parents. But the thing is that we don't give them any importance. You go and sit in front of them, you're with your mobile phone, and for them, you are the only celebrity. Just spend time with them, and trust me, the dividends that investment as a hero will give you, you'll never get again. And personal trainer. Most of us nowadays would love to go to gym, spend a ton of money, and listen to that guy shouting at us, we're telling do 10 push-ups, 20 push-ups, run round this corner, and we do it without winching because we have paid him money, and we say, hey, he's a personal trainer, he's supposed to shout at us. What I did is that I converted all the enemies in life, all the people who gave me suffering, as a personal trainer I'm getting for free, because they're telling me how to live life. So instead of reacting and responding, I say, let me respect him, because he's giving me a free lesson without paying him. Think of it that way. And trust me, again, I'm telling you from my experience, I'm 49 now, that this actually is the best philosophy I have in life. So whether it's your instructors shouting at you, whether it's your parents shouting at you, whether it is your best friend who turns your enemy, he is doing for a purpose so that you evolve. Suffering makes you evolve. Number one. So here, number one means three things. You won't remember that when you're 1 year old that you saw everything with new eyes, non-judgmental, looking at everything new, like you're seeing it for the first time, like a rose bloom, but you've forgotten about it. Nowadays, we spend time trying to make VR goggles which will give more and more virtual reality. The news that I want to tell you is that see it for the first time by just removing those virtual goggles, touching maybe the screen out here in front of you, smelling oxygen. You know what space teaches you? Not even taking 1g gravity for granted, not taking oxygen for granted, because those are the things which are in short supply in space, but we take it for granted out here. So take out your VR goggles, both figuratively, metaphorically, literally, and smell the coffee outside. There's nothing more, and you're living in this beautiful land called Kerala. People die. I've traveled the world with my wife. And there's no better place than this beautiful land right here, I'm telling you. The second one is that be one. Endeavor to be one in whatever you're trying to do. Not negative competition, but positive competition without waiting for any expectations. Just give it your full. What excites you more, choose that and give it your best shot without any expectation. And the third one I want to tell you is that do it without anything negative. Not for going up by stepping on somebody else's shoulder, but pulling the other guy up. We all are one. The right hand does not think what the left hand is doing when it scratches the left hand. There's no expectation. When you do something, do it in such a way that the other guy, your colleague, also benefits. And in my own experience, that's when all of you, prosper together. In military, we give medals. Okay, we get medals, and when we sacrifice our life for our colleague. But in corporate, you get medals when you sacrifice your coursemate and go up. So just think about it. We give an ultimate sacrifice of our life and don't expect anything. But in corporate, generally what happens is that you sacrifice your colleague so that you get promoted. Don't do that. That's what I'm saying. Again, I just thought I'll show you this very fun fact. The things that we do for training to space is actually how do you go to the bathroom also. Basic things which you took for granted. Nowadays, when you go to bathroom also, you're on your smartphone and not even thinking about that actual motion. But do not take anything for granted. Enjoy the small things in life. Why do we go to space? We shall not cease from exploration. And at the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. We go to space so that we realize that person is wearing a spacesuit. But we are all on the spaceship called Earth traveling at 31 kilometers per second. You are all astronauts and your spacesuit is called your skin. We are all space travelers. Never ever forget that. That's me separated in time. Okay, the guy on the left is me and that guy is present me. Why I'm showing this? Deham Devalayam. Please take care of your health because nothing matters if your health is not good. You could think of being the best entrepreneur, the best politician, the best movie artist, but if your health is not good, it makes no difference. You are a vegetable. So with that, I thought I'll introduce myself and basically tell you where I come from. I hope I have not taken too much time for my moderators. Please come on in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that motivational session. Engaging with group conversation are Mr. Atul Ram and Ms. Alisha Eileen Sargent. With great joy, let me inform you that they are alumni of this college. Mr. Atul Ram is the founder and CEO of Verdatum AI. His background includes leading design and implementation of mechanical, electronic, and software systems for demanding applications, especially in defense and deep tech.
Ms. Alisha Eileen Sargent is a program developer and physical design engineer at NVIDIA. She works in aspects like synthesis, flow planning, placement and optimization, time analysis, etc. We may now commence the session. Over to you, sir.
Please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Hello, yeah, testing. Hi, a very, very warm welcome to all of my audience here to Fireside Conversation with the one and only Prashant B. Nair. So, very, very heartful welcome from Team Rajagiri and Confluence 2.0 for this event and for accepting this invitation to have this conversation with us. So, I think I should really owe to my audience here when I say that we actually feel very, very lucky to be here. Mainly for two things. First thing, to actually be part of a timeline where India is sending its completely self-reliant manned mission to space. And second, to actually be come face to face with the Vyomonaut, the group captain, the test pilot, Mr. Prashant Balakrishnan Nair. I think we all have to give him a bigger round of applause now.
Thank you.
Sir, I think when you will be lifting off with the Gaganyaan mission, you will not just be lifting off with the aspirations of ISRO, but the aspirations of crores of Indians across the globe. So I would like to first ask you a question. I would like to paint a picture here. 40 years back, when our Indian cosmonaut, Mr. Rakesh Sharma, when he lifted off, there was a very nice conversation with the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi and Rakesh sir, where Indira Gandhi asked, "Upar se Bharat kaisa dikhta hai?" And he actually gave a very poetic answer to that, "Sare jahan se acha Hindustan hamara." And that happened in 1984, and now we are in 2025. So almost 40 years have passed now. Why do you think this is the right time for India for sending a completely self-reliant, self-indigenous mission, manned mission to space? How do you think India was preparing herself for these 40 years, sir?
Thank you. Great question. Why do we do the things that we do, and that too in such a great field? One, I would say, just for the romance of it. Who wouldn't want to go to space? And that too, you want your own country to do it. Art requires no justification. But now let's come to the science part. To go to space, we'll be the only fourth country, like I said, to send our own person in our own capsule. So when you do that, there's an entire ecosystem of technology which envelopes that particular mission. So if you launch a person from your own country, you need a human-rated launch pad, you need a human-rated rocket, you need a crew escape system which has to be on top, you need an environment control life support system. And all these things require a lot of investment and a lot of technology. The thing that we should ask is not just this. Remember in ISRO in our country, when we did the Mangalyaan mission or the Chandrayaan, the technology, the entire world was aghast that we were able to do it with so less cost and with so much of advancement in technology. And I can tell you, when those missions were sent, the entire ecosystem that developed around them allowed many startups and many people to open multidisciplinary approaches. So when the same thing happens in the Gaganyaan, with a human being now, remember in Mangalyaan, Chandrayaan, there was no human being going there. There is an element of romanticism when you have your own person out there orbiting in a technological marvel done by your country. It will make sure that our country has arrived, our scientists are recognized all around the world, and this is the land of their karma and dharma bhumi. And I think it will start a whole new renaissance among all our youngsters. Will it not? Are you all excited for that? Thank you.
So I'm going to kind of bring you back to the topic in hand. And I think Vicky Matthews sir also pointed out, and other panels also pointed out how we are trailing behind in R&D expenditure, 0.64 of GDP versus other countries. But then ISRO and even the defense sector, we spend a lot more, which I'm personally very happy about being in the defense sector, 2.5% roundabout. What are your thoughts on why we are kind of trailing behind in R&D, especially in general R&D and private R&D expenditure? How do we go forward from here? And what are the things we can take away from space? Because ISRO's been kind of leading the charge on indigenization on a lot of things. So I would love to get your thoughts on that.
Thank you for your question. So we are doing really well, I would say. Everything takes a certain amount of time to mature. When we do it with a lot of thought. As you can see, anything that we produce, it's enduring after that. Remember, the Indian way of doing is not just for blind profit by destroying an environment. Even ISRO, all those years back, we were among the first space agencies whose major intent by our founding fathers, Vikram Sarabhai and later Satish Dhawan, is that we need satellites and a space program to benefit Indians and humanity. When you put that as the prime focus and profitability as second, trust me, just waiting for a few years does not make any difference. And you can see the tremendous amount of R&D progress and where we have reached in the last couple of years also. It is only taking the right time to mature and all the people to just connect the dots. Academia, industry and policy. And now with certain external pressures also, like what we are seeing, the geopolitical situation, because remember, we are not living in a cocoon. There are many people and many institutions which control what happens. We are living in a global community. In that, India has always thrived whenever there has been a competition. If you see whether our cryogenic technology, whether it is our chips, and whether it was our satellite technology, and now with the Gaganyaan mission, challenges allow our entire country to rally together and come out with a good product. So I would not, specifically say that the R&D has, not been able to keep up to the mark. I would say that our priorities has always been human index development. And that means, that is our parameter. And whether it was in COVID also, we are among the countries who gave the vaccine to other countries, when even countries like the US did not give. They made sure their population got it first. That shows the big heart, the large-heartedness of our country. And that should always be the guiding star for us. Profits will follow. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to ask two questions based on this answer. First thing, like you said, two major things when it comes to any ISRO mission is making it economically as cheap as possible. And second thing, all of our missions are just not space explorations. They normally have a benefit that would really help the entire population. Let's say the SITE mission, which was a satellite communication vehicle. So Gaganyaan, definitely it's a milestone for ISRO. But other than that, would you be able to spill a little beans on what other missions you would be taking up with the Gaganyaan mission?
So I had given a small trailer that time. Gaganyaan mission is to put a man from Indian into space, into low Earth orbit, which is 400 kilometers, and get him back using totally Indian resources, Indian rocket, Indian capsule. And this is not a one-off thing. So what I want to tell everybody out here is in the same lines of what the other countries had followed, their space program, whether it is the International Space Station or what the Chinese are doing. We are also going to be having a continuous astronaut corps, and a human space flight center is there in Bangalore, and a distributed ecosystem is there in which we will put a Bharatiya Antariksh station into space. It will be continuously manned. We'll have a lot of our experiments, and by 2040 we will have an Indian on the moon. In the meantime, we are also part of the Artemis project along with many other countries. So we'll continuously be collaborating with them in developing common protocols for docking and sharing of protocols. So this is not a one-off thing. It is a continuous project in which we are going to rightly be among the top countries who are going to actively be developing the space policy and the space diplomacy. So it's very important that when we are going to be part of it, we tick all the right boxes. So Gaganyaan is going to be a very big technology demonstrator. It's going to give a kind of a clarion call to the rest of the world that India has arrived. And we will be able to again contribute, not just for ourselves. Remember that by going to space, the same way we utilize our satellites for the global south, our space program will be in a bigger thing for the global south. That's always been the vision of our Prime Minister and our government, that we will do everything for a common good. So everybody will benefit by that. So Gaganyaan is just a stepping stone for that.
I'm sure plenty of people ask you this question as well. Even when we started working with ISRO, one of the questions which I always get, especially from the general population, is why space, right? Why are we spending so much money on space? We have so much people in poverty, why can't we divert that money there? What is the best answer you have for that, right? What would you say in a succinct manner? What is the answer you give which a general populace can understand?
we never know what technology will help us in which field. It's a multidisciplinary approach. Just for clarifying out here, when 1957 USSR launched the first satellite Sputnik, it sent USA under panic. It was known as the Sputnik moment. And the offshoot of that was DARPA. DARPA was Defense Advanced Research Projects. And DARPA is the reason that US invested a lot in many technologies. And one of that technology is the reason we are actually going to fear AI. That technology is called Internet. Internet was first called DARPANet. It came out of DARPA. Now you tell me, if they had not invested in DARPA and to find out something there, would we be right now? Because we all love AI and Internet, right? But you never know how the offshoot of one industry is. And that's what I want to tell everyone out here. And even when we sent our space missions earlier, the satellites was for seeing the crop cycles, for using telecommunication in the places which our farmers and the poorest people could not reach, or for spreading telemedicine. Similarly here, when we go to space using human beings, we will be able to do a lot of cutting edge research and experiments which are very costly, but we will be able to do it in our own space station and for the benefit of our people. Because even those farm seed experiments which we have done, the benefits will be for the research on ground. So what I'm telling again is that when you see something, see how it is going to benefit the entire nation in different ways. So that's the answer which I got for this. Yeah, thank you.
Sir, considering the time limitation, I have a different question from the ones we discussed. So, talking about your bibliography, you've been in the Kuwait, during the Kuwait War, you were a child during 1990s. Then you've been in the IAF, and that too not just as a group captain, but as a test pilot who would be testing all of the newer equipments, a little bit more of a dangerous environment. Along with that, you will now be part of the Vumanauts, the elected Vumanauts for the Gaganyaan mission. So when we check your bibliography, you've always been in situations where odds were actually never in your favor. But then we always see you smiling and happy and very peaceful, even when you have a lot of situations which is very physically demanding and mentally demanding. Can you just give some insight on how do you keep this cool, this calm?
Thank you for your question. Actually, it's a both difficult solution and easy solution. Depends upon how you see it. The solution is that it does not depend on the other at all. There is no other. You are the only person who exists because your entire life and suffering which is imagined is in your head. It doesn't exist outside. The moment you change your attitude, everything changes. For me, I chose joy rather than pain because pain was an attribute of the outside object. And I'm telling you this with full conviction. 100% your life is in your hand. It's up to you. And trust me, the obstacles that come in the road are the ones which divert you so that you end up marrying the woman of your dreams. Otherwise, you would have gone in the straight road and she would have been standing in some other, road. So look at every obstacle as an opportunity. And like I told you in my talk, I don't react, I don't respond. I respect all those adversities because it is suffering that allows you to introspect and see that, hey, there actually was no suffering. Everything is so beautifully laid out. A flower, when it blooms, does not think that somebody is going to smell me, crush me, or destroy me. It blooms nevertheless. You be that same flower. It makes no difference at all. And life is beautiful. So that's my answer. Thank you.
That was so well worded, sir. Thank you.
We would love to ask you more questions, but we are a little short on time. So, and I'm sure the audience has plenty of questions to ask. So we are opening it to the audience. Any questions that you may have?
So, sir, in the recently concluded Operation Sindoor...
Can you please stand up? I don't think we are able to spot you.
So, sir, the recently concluded Operation Sindoor, the Indian Air Force played a big role and managed to destroy 12 bases of Pakistan and terror hubs. So, in return, Pakistan put out a claim. They downed 3 Rafales, a Su-30 MKI, which is the same fighter you have experience in, and a MiG-29. So this report was further amplified by the Chinese media. So what is your take on their claim as an insider from the Indian Air Force?
I don't think that's an appropriate question in this forum, so I'll take a pass on that. Thank you.
Yeah, let's stick on to the coolest thing here, Gaganyaan mission and Sir being the Vyomonaut-elect. Do we have any other questions for Sir?
Yeah, hello. Yes, hello. Sir, I would like to ask about, have you seen any aliens outside Earth?
Are you asking whether I've seen any extraterrestrial? Only when I look at the mirror.
I think we can take one more question, hopefully on topic. Yeah.
Sir, if there aren't any, I have a curiosity question. We see Papa Nair on your uniform. Can you please expand more on that?
So every fighter pilot all around the world has a fighter call sign. If you have seen the movie Top Gun, so Tom Cruise has got the call sign Maverick. So my fighter call sign is Papa Nair. The reason is that I'm Prashant Balakrishnan Nair. In phonetics, P is for Papa. And I passed out as the Sword of Honor of my course, 162 pilot's course. That means I was the first in merit in my pilot's course. So I was almost like a Papa to all my colleagues and my course mates. So the name stuck, and here you have Papa Nair.
One more question, if there's one. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, sir. Honor to meet you. It's an honor to meet you, sir. I have a couple of questions for you. As a person who is working with ISRO and a person who's trained with NASA and a couple of space real giants, I would like to ask where we are standing now. And where we are standing now, and what are the key areas where our aerospace industrial manufacturing sectors in India could partner with these aerospace, big giants and body. What kind of innovation in manufacturing do you think will be key in the coming years?
Thank you for your question. Our scientists at ISRO and the entire ecosystem are really fantastic. Like I told you, when I've traveled abroad also, please sit, in US and other places, our Indians who are there are the actual innovators. We are in Gaganyaan also making a very difficult environmental control and life support system. This is the one inside the capsule which provides the oxygen, scrubs the carbon dioxide, maintains the temperature, humidity. We are making the crew escape system on our own. We are making the space toilet on our own. Just to put things in perspective, you may think it is easy. The space station, International Space Station, there's one portion which is American, one portion which is Russian. The toilet which is used by the American side is the Russian one, because till now, even they have put out a challenge in US. They have still not been able to make a toilet. It's that difficult to make a space toilet. We are making it. The thing that I would say, I want all youngsters, and this is something I tell everyone. What is it you want? Believe in your country. Believe in your country. You don't require an H-1B to travel to the US and all. You don't require that at all. You please be here. You're sitting here. Can you see this? You've seen this auditorium. I've been in many places. This auditorium itself is better than 99% of the auditoriums in the world. But you are always looking outside. I would say both spiritually and figuratively, stop looking outside. Start investing. The best startups are in this place. The best technologies here. The best brains are here. What you need to do is now do crosstalk. By crosstalk, I mean the final link that is missing is here itself. We do not have that one place where interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary approach is taking place. Where, hey, you know what? I am sitting here, I am from the art field. I see another person from the AI field. He's made this algorithm. I am sitting here, I got this art. I can combine these two. And hey, I made Instagram. That's how all these people did it. They did crosstalk. You just go and read all those and you'll find out they had access by putting processes and by having places, even a cafeteria where they exchange ideas. Whether it was in San Francisco Bay Area, whether it was in Boston, the maximum innovation has taken place where people were sitting, students were sitting and exchanging ideas, and not in one corner among their own people. So I would say, have places where you do multidisciplinary approach, and all the startups will be coming from the people out here by doing multidisciplinary approach. So that's what I would say is missing and which is required, not just in an institution, but in a state level and a country level. And maybe with your Indian American buddies or Indian, European buddies who are out there, reach out to them. Like one of the panelists said, we are making all the best technology out there. Tell them to come back here and say what a fantastic place India is right now. That's what I would say.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure there was more question, but we're short on time, so we're going to conclude. And,
Thank you.
It's been a very inspiring session. I'm sure just not for the youngsters here, but everyone, including myself. And from what you're saying, it's very clear that you focus on human-centric development, which I personally think is a fantastic thing. Technology along with human-centric environmental consciousness is something I think is crucial at this point of time as well. So thank you for the wonderful session. Thank you for inspiring our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And I just want to say one thing. If the two of them have been selected here to come and hold this, you must understand that they are already at this young age masters of the field. They are the example you should emulate. And I want you all to give a big round of applause to the two of them. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Prashant B. Nair, and our interviewers for such a fascinating session. May I now humbly call upon Reverend Dr. Jason Paul Mullerikil, CMI, Principal of RSIL, to present our token of gratitude to our speaker, Group Captain Prashant B. Nair.
I invite Mr. Nitish Kurian, Coordinator of Confluence 2.0, to hand over mementos to our speakers, Mr. Atul Ram, Ms. Alicia Eileen Sargent.
Now, it's time for another exciting panel discussion. Lights, camera, algorithm, the future of film, game, and music. This session explores the exciting crossroads of creativity and technology, how AI, big data, and digital platforms are redefining the way we create and experience movies, games, and music. Let's hear from the experts who are shaping the future of entertainment in the digital age. We are delighted to invite our panelists and moderator to the stage. Ms. Lena Kumar, an Indian actress, author, and scriptwriter with over 25 years of experience. Ms. Sandhya Surendran, a media and entertainment legal expert and a law graduate from NALSA. Mr. Rohan Nesh, the founder and CEO of Madverse Music. Mr. Machaya Kalingada, a creative technologist involved with the Game Developer Association of India, GDAI.
This session will be moderated by RSIT's very own alumnus and Professor of Practice, Mr. Jakes Bajoy. I invite Mr. Jakes Bajoy to the dais. Mr. Jakes Bajoy is an Indian film score composer, music producer, and playback singer, known for his work largely in Malayalam cinema, with contributions in Tamil and Telugu films. He trained in electronics and communications engineering and holds a master's in music science and technology from Stanford University. His notable works include Kalki, Ayappanum Koshim, Tudarum, Officer on Duty, and the recent Loka Chandra Chapter 1. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. They say success is often about doing the hard, boring stuff, the things that don't look glamorous, but build the foundation for everything that follows. A very good morning to one and all. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this session. Last year at the conclave, we started a vital conversation. We looked at the broad ways artificial intelligence was beginning to touch our industries. We asked the big questions. Will AI replace creativity? Can machines write and compose with emotion? This year, we continue that conversation, but with more focus and detail. We'll dive deeper into AI, how AI is already changing film from script to screen, how it's empowering musicians and reshaping the music business, how gaming is using AI to create worlds that feel alive, and how law must evolve to protect creators while enabling innovation. And to explore this, we have a very worthy panel, voices from cinema, music, law, and gaming, each bringing their own expertise and perspective. So let's begin our discussion on Start Action Algorithm, the future of music, games, and film in an AI era. I want to take some time to introduce my panelists. I'm so happy that they could join me this morning. Our first panelist is Lena Mohan Kumar, who needs no introduction. Popularly known as Lena, a celebrated actress, author, and screenwriter, whose work span over more than 175 films across Malayalam, Tamil, and Telugu, Hindi, and English. She began a career with the film Sneham, 1998, and gained critical recognition in films like Traffic, for which she won the Filmfare Award for the Best Supporting Actress, Spirit, Left, Right, Left, which earned her the Kerala State Film Award for the second best actress, and Ennu Ninda Moideen. Lena is also a published author. In 2023, she released The Autobiography of God, a work exploring her life views and mental health. With a vast experience navigating acting, writing, and creative expression, she offers a powerful viewpoint on how AI could transform storytelling. Our next panelist is Rohan Nisho Jain, the founder and CEO of Madverse Music, a platform created to democratize and decentralize the music industry by giving creative freedom back to the artists. With a degree in music business from MI Hollywood University and background in finance from National University of Singapore, Rohan combines deep industry knowledge with a global perspective. At Madverse, he's building a revolutionary DIY platform that empowers independent musicians. And I'm so happy that people like Rohan are taking an initiative in the music tech business, which is completely devoid in India and in Kerala. I'm so happy that he's taking a bright and a very promising step in that respect, and I want to talk to you about it. You can clap for the panelists. Our next panelist is Sandhya Surendran, a media, entertainment, and technology lawyer with nearly 2 decades of experience. She's the founder of Lexic, where she advises artists, creators, and startups on everything from intellectual property to emerging technologies like AI and blockchain. Over the years, Sandhya has worked with global companies including Infosys, Inmobi, and Wise, and is widely respected for bringing world of law and into media and tech. So happy to have you, Sandhya. Our final panelist is Machia Kalangada, Program Director at the Game Developer Association of India and Project Lead at India Game Developer Conference, the country's biggest and oldest gaming forum. He has been leading initiatives to strengthen India's gaming ecosystem through industry collaboration, upskilling, and policy dialogue. And on a personal note, Machu was also my senior at Montfort High Secondary School, Yarkad. So it's a privilege to welcome him here today. He brings sharp perspective on how AI is reshaping the game industry. Now, I'm going to ask a few questions to the panelists. First question is to Lena. Lena, you've moved fluidly between acting and writing, building characters from both inside and outside the frame. With AI now capable of generating scripts, dialogue, and even digital performance, do you see the technology as a way to expand creative canvas for storytellers, or does it risk diluting the authenticity to connect with the audience?
Thanks, Jakes. Thanks for the great question. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Jake's question about the whether AI can replace human authenticity or whether it's a threat or a tool is something everybody is thinking about right now. And as far as I have explored this field, I created my own AI avatar and I thought I'll make her do all the promotional videos so that I don't have to shoot them. They're the most boring things to do. Can you send Ura Ashamsa video IQ is the thing we all dread. So I thought, okay, great, she'll do the AI part. But then you realize that the voice is so artificial still. And the day AI can actually replicate what we are doing will be the same thing, right? Why do that all over again when we are already doing that? So what I feel about this topic is that when filters first came out for stills, everybody had so much filters put on that later it became #NoFilter, and everybody's like, wow, if there are filters, there are no likes for your photos on Instagram, right? So it's just a fad, is what I feel it is. We enjoy, as human beings, more than looking at AI, I'm looking at core human nature. What is human nature? We are explorers, and we are novelty seekers, and we are adapters. We adapt to a new situation, and there is this term called hormesis. Our brain very quickly gets fed up of something. Oh, been there, done that. And this is the human nature. So how long will each of us look at an AI-generated image, a video, a sound, and be thrilled about it? We are human beings. We are novelty seekers. We will say, next. Okay, that's done. Next. And that's all that's going to happen. And as far as we go about authenticity of feeling, somebody this morning told me, Lena, I really like your acting. You have this emotional control, this subtlety, and whatever makes someone like your acting is the difference you bring to it, which comes not from intelligence, it comes from consciousness. And the difference between intelligence and consciousness is vast. It's not just vast, it is infinitely impossible to replicate. So we can keep making AI more and more intelligent, but we can never bring consciousness to it, never, because consciousness is God.
Wow, thanks for that beautiful answer. But Lena, over the years, we are seeing film scriptwriters using this as a tool, editors using it as a tool, mock-up, graphic mock-ups. So what is your expectation in the film industry of using this as a tool that probably helps you in the process of the humongous task of building something?
I believe AI is one of the most effective tools we have ever created on the planet. It is the best assistant you can have. It is a good servant. And it will take a very foolish human being to allow it to become a master. Because it's not possible yet. And it would take very, very foolish human beings to allow it to become a master. Whereas it's a great servant and a great tool, and we can speed up all the mundane, boring things that the novelty-seeking human brain does not want to do. All the things that can be delegated should be delegated, and let us expand our creativity far beyond anything we could have ever dreamt of, because we're busy doing the mundane, run-of-the-mill things. Let's make AI do all of that, and let's see where human creativity can really explode. Places we have not explored before because we were busy doing the boring things. Let AI do all the boring things and really fast, and let's let our creativity explode.
Thank you, Lena. I mean, I'm so happy to see you being very optimistic about human endurance. I hope the big tech companies are listening to this, because they are in a race to make it more intelligent, to make it more conscious. So let's see. I mean, I'm so happy that...
I'm not afraid only because of that one distinction, that consciousness is not creatable. Just like we cannot create life.
Yeah.
Life is consciousness, which is God, which is what I call I. So there's no fear of anything there.
Yeah. Thank you, Lena. My next question is to Rowan. Rowan, on a similar trajectory, I wanted to get your thoughts on how AI tools are aligning with your mission of democratizing and decentralizing music business. What do you think? What are your thoughts on it?
So I think, especially with AI, like since the time it has come in, a lot of it has raised two kind of different questions, right? One was, will it replace the actual independent artists who are actually creating music from scratch, or actually it will help you accelerate your career that it was not being able to do before, right? What is the problem with the music industry is always people have spoken about is how ambiguous it is, how gate-kept it is. Like you don't have access to what you need to get there. So I think that's where AI is bringing you access, because it can accelerate, it can, as she said, that how we can let AI do the grunt work and we can focus on what actually matters. So that's what AI tools are today able to do and take you beyond what you can think. So from a decentralization perspective, today if I don't have access to read through all the data, like as a musician, like if I'm going through all of the data, that what's working out on the streaming platform, what kind of content will work on Instagram, what kind of content should I post on YouTube. So if you don't have time to actually sit and scroll through those 110,000 content pieces, you can actually let AI do its job and let you help that, like what kind of number should I look at, so you'll get better at measuring your work and figuring out what the strategy is, and the execution can be done by AI. So that's where the AI decentralization and democratization, in what sense we talk about, like democratization is all about access, like how can AI unlock access so that you can do more.
So right now, even music business is in the hands of these big tech companies. So do you see can you imagine AI as a tool where musicians can use it as a powerful device? Or will it be too much reliance on it in the future? What do you think?
So I think since the time one thing that I've always loved to talk about is how AI is your brain, but not your heart, right? So it can always replace what your brain is capable of doing, but can never replace what your heart is able to do. So as a musician, you can always focus on creating music. You will never be replaced because you're not making music from your brain. It's coming out of heart, it has its soul, so you will never be replaced. But what it will actually do with, like what we talk about big tech companies that we've been talking about, like how they're gonna replace, they're just gonna complement your skills. If you're getting stuck at night, not able to complete your song or not able to write your song completely, you take help and complete that song. If you're stuck at a production, and if you're stuck at like, how do I actually enhance the quality of this song, that's the part where you actually leverage AI and like unblock your mind. Like creative block, everyone talks about creative blocks happening, right? That's where AI comes and unblock you.
So are you currently using any AI tools or agents in your platform to help you?
Yeah, a lot of them actually. Like we have a proper AI studio that helps you create cover arts. Like we understood that in remote areas, regional areas where there is no access to designers and high quality editors, you need those cover arts and videos to churn out really well. Then there is like less access to engineers and mastering engineers. Like AI can never replace a master engineer because you need engineering
like qualification and education to do that mastering. But again, people who don't have access to a quality engineer, they can enhance the quality. And then of course there's navigating part of it. Like most of the artists that we have always spoken to, they get stuck. Okay, I've done the distribution of the song. Like what's next? So what's next is the question that we are trying to solve with AI, right? So it will navigate you, hey, after distribution, now go and register your works and start collecting publishing. Now it's your time to start running ads and how much budget you should expend, where you should spend that. So it will help examine, analyze your data that's out there and help you strategize in a way that you don't get stopped, like you don't get blocked at a certain stage in your career.
Thank you, Rohan. Sandhya, in the legal world, one of the biggest debates is who owns AI-generated content. It's a very touchy subject. Sandhya, I'm just putting you right on spot. The person who typed the prompt, the developer of the AI, or no one at all? How do you see this evolving?
Interesting question, and I think across jurisdictions this has been debated intensely. So the US has already kind of set a precedent saying that if it's entirely AI generated, then there is no copyright protection that's applicable. But that's being contested in the UK right now, where they're saying that AI generated kind of falls within the ambit of computer generated works, which is also what the Indian Copyright Act says. But we've not really explored the possibility of that option in courts. I would think the safe middle ground is that it's a hybrid of human AI interaction, and that the degree of human involvement is what determines how much copyright protection that particular piece of work gets. So if you're saying that the current Indian Copyright Act talks about computer generated works being offered protection, and the person who's prompted the machine to actually generate the output, or the person who's actually designed the machine itself, that debate we have not really explored it because nobody has really contested it in court. In the UK, it's being talked about right now because there's regulation that is being talked about. But the US is very clear. If it's entirely AI generated, there is no copyright protection. But if, say, an artist has utilized an AI platform to come up with something that is original, express an original idea vis-a-vis the AI platform, there is a certain degree of copyright protection that's granted to it, depending on how original the work that has come out is as well. But I think now, given how AI tools are being used across the board, especially in creative industries, it's becoming a lot more difficult to like discern the difference, right? Like to find who has done what bit of that. Like if, say for example, I am someone who wants to be a musician, but I don't really have the talent. But I can come up with a very elaborate prompt on a platform like Suno to generate something that is evocative and emotional. We've discussed this. So does that's, I think it also kind of goes into a separate category of questioning, like should I still be considered an artist is a different thing, but I will still be considered an author or the composer of that music. Another question which we kind of miss in this conversation is that the AI tool being used, if that has been trained on copyrighted material, which is not licensed properly. Basically, if
that's happening.
Yes, that's the problem with Suno and Udio.
As composers, we are not aware that our content is being trained by these models.
And again, I think this is a much larger discussion on how ownership in music itself works. And this is, I'm just talking about music as an industry, right? This extends across all creative industries, whether it's art, whether it's, written literature. And we've seen lawsuits being slapped left, right, and center across all the big names like OpenAI and Anthropic. Anthropic just settled for $1.5 billion. So admitting that they have actually used copyrighted material to create something. But I think in terms of ownership, all these aspects are important in determining who ultimately owns a piece of work.
One more question is, if India wants to stay globally competitive in AI innovation, but also protect its artists, what's the one urgent step you think regulators must take?
I think rights awareness in general, right? Because I don't think anyone takes copyright laws seriously in India. Nobody takes copyright laws seriously. Yeah, nobody even knows. They're like, what is copyright? So people use copyright and trademark interchangeably, saying that if someone says I have a trademark over a song, but trademark is applicable to a brand. Copyright is when it's your intellectual property that applies to creative material. And I think something as basic as rights awareness is very urgent. But apart from that, I think having the right infrastructure to enforce these rights is what we should be looking at.
Sorry, just to intervene, but I feel a lot of time the enforcement agencies that are there, like I was in events the longest time, like PPL, IPRS, now you have NOVX, they are harassment agencies.
Yeah.
I mean, for the end user, they don't protect the real interest of the artist. I don't even know if they protect the interest of the labels.
Yeah.
But they just use it as an enforcement arm, which we love in India, right? If you have some kind of power, you can go and show your authority, and that's a bigger problem.
I agree. I'm completely on your side. I think the copyright societies in India have a long way ahead in terms of kind of cleaning up the infrastructure they are relying on to enforce these rights. Like the manner of enforcement is also questionable, which means regulatory intervention has to come into play. And again, I think our easy solve for this is also tech, like a tech solution for a tech problem.
Thank you, Sandhya. Machia, when we look at countries like China, we see blockbuster game titles and thriving industry that competes globally. In the contrast, India still hasn't produced a single large globally recognized title. Why do you think India has been slow in adopting game development compared to markets like China? And more importantly, what steps, whether from industry, government or investors, are needed to change this perception and position to make India a global force in gaming?
I think a lot of it is to do with perception. Like in this room, how many of you think gaming is a waste of time? Like video games are a waste of time. Guys behind, do you think video game is a waste of time? No, right? That's the difference. Like I think a lot of it is to do with perception building.
Few hands
like
at the front.
People in the first half of the audience, so probably like older to me, are saying gaming is a waste of time, but people behind all game day in and day out. I think a lot of it is perception building. And I'm going to do a longer answer, Jakes. The video game industry today is $243 billion globally. It's 2 times bigger than movies. It's 6 times bigger than music in terms of revenues. Right? We have less than 1% market share as a country. China probably has about 15-20%. Right? They've gone and brought over companies all across the world. We don't have a culture of video games in the country, number one. Number two, if you look at the IT sector in the country, the IT sector, like this college is a prime example. You were telling me computer science has 4 batches of 200 people each. I feel it's somewhere it started because we started IITs in the country. That had a trickle-down effect because we started really good premium institutes, right? Which is now provided for the Satya Nadellas and everybody else in the world. And that had a trickle-down effect where you had multiple different colleges booming up. In the entertainment sector today, can you name 3 top universities or colleges in the country? Forget gaming. In music, we were talking about it earlier. We don't have that. So I think for us, it's a fundamental. One is perception building. 2 is skilling and education. We don't have the talent pool to do it. And if you have high caliber institutes that, like can you get a Carnegie Mellon here to come and do a gaming course? Can you get high caliber institutes providing game design, game art? And we don't have incubation. It's a problem to solve. I think we need a really structured approach. Thankfully now with the government of the center and various state governments coming out of an AVGC policy, which they've understood that this is an industry that can really grow and has potential to grow in terms of revenues and jobs. We've now got the AVGC policy center, the government recently did something called Waves in Bombay, which is very badly managed, that's different. But all of them together are starting to focus on this sector. So like the Sony, for example, for the first time 2 years back, started the Sony India Hero project, which is focused, they've got 7 cohorts in India. It's an equity-free grant. They've selected studios, 7 studios, who will be up on PlayStation starting from next year. Crafton started the India Gaming Incubator, and interestingly enough, at our conference, there was this one kid from Nagaland who reached out to us, who was spending 3 years in his studio building a game. Right? He came to IGDC. He got funded by Crafton. This kid sitting in Dimapur in Nagaland, 3 years, 3 friends, without any money, raised 1.5 CR, and now he's building a PC game. So we're starting to see these stories, but I think a lot of it has to do with perception also, like dignity of labor. Like, can you like if you know enough game designers? Like, I'll just digress a little. We were outside some time ago. There's a second band from India who went to space, and there was Jake's next to me, and not inside. And a lot of people took photos with Jake's, and not the astronaut really, right? When do we make astronauts out of rock stars? I mean, when do we make rock stars out of astronauts, out of game developers, game designers, and not just the people in the movie business? I think then we'll really have a lot more change happening. Like, sorry, yeah, I like that.
No, thank you. Thank you, Maju. Then now we're going to have, we can have a discussion among ourselves, but I wanted to ask you, Lena, what is your thought in the next 2-3 years to position India as a creative power? In your thought, how do we synthesize all of this, and what do you think we should be, what direction we should take in terms of, combining these expertise and tools?
Yeah, so Jakes, what you said initially sounds right. This discussion is just going to be among us because everyone seems to be busy going for lunch. I would only request in the crowd, hi everybody. Yeah, those of you who are going for lunch, please go silently because your noise is really loud up till here. And those who are sitting behind, we're talking for you guys. Great, thank you so much. Okay, so what I was saying is AI is a great...
Really a Fauji wife.
Yeah, but I was always a Fauji at heart. I've done a lot of cop roles. I'm famous for my police roles. Because it's actually, I have a bit of attention deficit. If there's so much noise around me, it's difficult to concentrate. Thanks, guys. Okay, coming to your question, Jakes. What I would like to see is we are very highly influenced by the Western world. Whether it's AI, whether it is gaming, I think gaming actually shapes the world right now. Whether we, like the previous generation or even my generation, I've never played a game in my whole life. I don't know how to, I've never played a video game, ever. Like, not even Pac-Man or whatever. So, I'm a bookworm. I like music. So, but I know that gaming is shaping the world. And the problem is the games are coming from outside. And just like cinema affects society and society affects cinema, I don't think cinema has as much power as it had up till the 90s. After the internet, gaming and internet content has much more influence.
Absolutely.
And we are being influenced by the Western world and by Japan and China and all of that. The problem is, I think it was best expressed in the Netflix series Adolescence. Everybody here seen Adolescence? The series so nicely shows you how youngsters have lost touch with reality the way we, maybe people born in the 80s and 90s, saw reality. They have a different reality, in fact, which we are not able to share. There's no bridge. So we have a reality that we see, and they have a reality that they are seeing and living, which is very much based on gaming and the internet content. So I think gaming and the internet content has a lot of responsibility now because it is going to shape the future. And because youngsters are losing touch with what was the reality we knew. And we will not be able to move into their world comfortably without that bridge, which I think now the internet content creators, influencers, have to be that bridge.
Absolutely. I believe that's one opportunity for us to take our stories, Indian stories, forward in a nice way to interact with the kids of today.
Absolutely, and our stories are very sci-fi kind of stories, which are actually from the past.
From the past, yeah. Because most of the inspiration for some of these big titles are Indian stories. I think we're running really short of time. I want to open the floor to the public if you want to ask any questions. Can someone give the mic? If any of you want to ask a question, feel free to take part in this interaction. Meanwhile, we'll continue with our... You want to add something to that, Rohan?
Hello. Yeah. I think we can talk about like how, like from a music perspective, like how historically I've always seen even in today in movies are shown, and I've always witnessed how difficult it is to pursue the music career today, right? Everyone has always spoken about like it's the hardest career to pursue. Like there's no money, there's no access. How do you pursue a music career? And that's why like I think half of this audience also like I can sure like once in their lifetime they would have thought of becoming a musician or do something in their life related to music because it's so close to our heart. But something that I've been very strong advocate of that today is the time, like it's never been easier to pursue a career in music, right? It's so easy to produce music, it's so easy to get it out there. Like historically you would have to find a record label for yourself, get yourself a deal, advances, capital, you needed a physical distributor to take your CDs in some capacity. But now like creating to distributing to marketing the music is the easiest, I believe. I think if you're talking about the future, I think the future is in a way that, hey, it's so easy to be a musician, pursue that career. Like half of the artists that we have on our platform are pursuing it like half time. Like they do their day jobs from 10 to 6 and then half of the time they're creating and distributing music after that. And that's something we should definitely talk, especially from the campus level. There's so many students who wants to pursue a music career. Like it's never been easier to be a musician, be a game developer, or create content and become a filmmaker and all of that.
I mean, you mean from a distribution point of view?
From every point of view.
From a creation point of view also.
But still the process of learning music, the amount of time you have to invest in learning an instrument or music theory, that's something that I want to emphasize on. Like even in that level, I feel there needs to be encouragement and skill and a motivation for people to pick up an instrument. Only if you have musicality, you can use these tools to make music, right? So I think that's also something that we have, with this whole digital revolution, nobody wants to learn, has patience to pick up an instrument and spend time on it, because it's a lifelong process of learning music and creating a piece of art that actually impacts people. That's a process. But definitely I agree with your point. In terms of distribution and in terms of reaching the audience, it's way easier right now. And to get you as an artist out there, it's much easier right now. Sandhya, you want to add something to that?
I actually kind of like linking both, right? Like in terms of the responsibility that each of these industries have to shaping society, and also in response to what you were talking about, how does India figure, what are the changes that we are looking at to kind of encourage creative industries over here. Access, like he rightly mentioned, has always been an issue, but I think we have now leapfrogged one entire section of the problem, because if you have technologies like AI completely taking over the whole creation aspect of it, does that encourage the younger generations to actually pick up an instrument and say, I don't need to learn the guitar, I have Suno which will do it for me. I don't need to learn how to write a script, I have an AI, I have ChatGPT to do it for me. And so then where is the sense of responsibility? Who needs to take accountability for that? Because then you're kind of like diffusing the whole aspect of creativity itself. And so all of these things I feel like are related, like even the business side of each of these industries, like building an infrastructure towards it. We had slowly started getting comfortable with the fact that yes, music can become a full-time career, film can become a full-time career, and not just on the creating aspect, but also behind the scenes. So like more people who want to go to film school, more people who want to go to like music school, or more, and in the context of gaming, we don't have any infrastructure which even talks about educating people on the gaming side of things. So forget the creative side, but even on the business side, I feel like now with the onset of technology that like AI, which simplifies everything, what is the point of education? That question is also doing the rounds.
I mean, that's a very interesting point because you're saying in the course of time, you will have people adapt to that kind of creative outputs, which is okay. That's okay for someone, and they'll get so good with the tool that you don't need actual music theory to probably make music.
I actually wanted to add one, I mean, it's not like really an anecdote, but like an observation that was made in the context of how technology has shaped creative industries, that we have always seen the use of technology across creative industries. So if I take music as an example, it started off with the use of synthesizers. Then it came to the point of,
workstations.
Yeah, workstations. And there was a lot of complaint at that point of time saying that the old school composers would be like, so you're now saying that someone who does not know how to play an instrument can actually create music. But whatever said and done, the person who knows how to use the instrument is the one who's actually able to leverage the technology in the best way possible. So today, the person who can use the AI tools in the best way will probably surface up. And that applies regardless of which discipline it is, right? Whether it's music, whether it's gaming, whether it's filmmaking.
Sorry, just to add to this, I was just talking to a game developer a couple of weeks back. This guy's been in the industry for 15 years, right? And we're developing games. He's like, now I can use AI to fail fast. Like, I can do a prototype really fast. I can see if it works or not. I can test it and I can move on. So AI is a good companion. Like what Sandhya is saying is know how to leverage it and balance it out. Like, I think completely being dependent on it and not using your head is not going to help. Like, it's a companion. And you should treat it as such.
Absolutely.
And I also think that we are discussing at a very particular stage in human history when we are at the edge of it. So actually, we are in a transit phase. It's like being in transit. We have just gotten off one flight and we are moving to take the next flight. So we are just talking about the airport right now.
Yeah.
So it's pretty early. And what I think is creativity is not something that comes from inside us. It's something that uses us as a tool. And creativity is now using us plus AI as a tool, and we are yet to see what creativity is going to do using us and AI.
That's deep. It's very deep, Lena. But anyhow, from what we discussed, it's very clear that technology has always paved way for new realms of creation, new realms in film, music, and this is one disruptive technology that we cannot ignore. And then whether to choose it as a companion, whether to see it as a competitor is up to each individual. But this is here to stay. And I think, like Lena said, human consciousness and our ingenuity is much beyond that. And I hope that stays that way. And with that, I think thanks again, all of you, for joining me on this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks to all of you who sat back without going for lunch.
Yes. Big thanks to all of you.
Thank you.
And a small tip, Loka Chapter 2 announcement teaser has come, so if you want to watch it, please do.
Excuse me? Yeah, so I had a question. I'm right here.
Yeah, who's it?
Center.
Where?
Kanathillo.
Kananalla.
Yeah, that point. Go ahead, shoot.
Yeah, so my question was about when you said, sir.
Keep your mic close, kekathilla.
Yeah, about when people say that gaming is a waste of time. So as a gamer who plays at least 1 hour a day, I see some people ask do you think that gaming, the skills you develop in gaming is transferable in real life? So as someone who also believes that it is a valid question, what is your take on that, sir?
No, Kenny, I didn't understand the last part.
Yeah, so some people would say that the skills you develop in gaming, like gaming is obviously like a form of entertainment, stress relief.
So what is your question? Specific question?
Yeah, so I think like It's a really good question, right? Because gamification.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't understand.
So basically, the skills that you acquire in gaming can be applied in real life.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
The skills that people pick up in movies are applied in real life, right? People get inspired by movies. Gaming can inspire because it's a little more immersive experience, right? But gaming is also a lot of it. Like you can be a game developer and you can work with, like if you work in Unreal Engine or Unity, for example, you can work in aerospace, you can work in mobile, you can work in animation, visual effects. So you can use a game engine for multiple different things with multiple different applications. Gamification is being taught to, like, for autism, kids with autism, they use games as a tool. They use games to teach, like Byju's, when they were really good, had some of the best game designers in the country working for them to create immersive learning experiences. The likes of TCS, the rest, use gaming. VR and gaming has been used to teach medical students how to use a needle or how to use that. Gaming has been used to, like, teach people on ships. I think even on space they use gamification a lot to do a lot of the simulations. So there's multiple use cases of gaming, and I don't think it's restricted to only entertainment.
I mean, to add to that, I have a cousin brother of mine who's working on a simulation of a shooting simulation, and that's actually being used in the military for defense purpose. I mean, it's actually a very futile question, because I see when I was in the US that people are they take that as a pride to talk about the games they played, the technology that used, and that's actually paved way for bigger technologies. So if you are not accepting of it, I think it's one way of saying you don't want to be progressive in terms of nurturing people to. Some of the biggest programmers, coders, have found interest in coding because of playing games and making games of their own. That's one fundamental way to learn coding. So I think
some of the earliest models on AI was on gaming. Yeah, I was tested in gaming. Like gaming was the fundamental.
Like we humans like to play games, and this is one. Yeah, you want to add to that?
I'm just thinking about how hilarious it's going to be, because in the US it is already taken as normal to be a gamer. Is part of life. In India, that generation which is not promoting it is going to be the previous generation. They're going to be grandparents. And then this generation that's playing is going to be the parents, who's going to go say, go for it, I'm going to give you mine and I'm going to buy you more. And then what's going to happen is, what happened to India when every child had to become an engineer or a doctor. And then suddenly you have so many crores of gamers. And just imagine what's going to happen to the world when that happens.
No, it's going to be fun because we probably have more entrepreneurs. But actually, I think some Indian parents need to see some success stories. So we should give some game developer Padma Shri, Padma Vibhushan something. Give somebody a Padma Shri or something, nominate somebody for it. Highlight people who are in games and who are making lots of money. We just need one breakaway hit in India.
I think the money factor is what will attract everyone. If a gamer starts earning well, every child is going to be beaten at home. Play more games.
Like when I was, after my master's, I had an interest in music. I did my engineering from here. I needed to find a job that pays me, but I needed to be creatively engaged as well. Like I didn't want to go and work somewhere which didn't align with my interest. And game industry was the perfect industry. I landed. I worked with Activision. I worked with the Walt Disney Company. And that's given me one way to I think I was contributing. And also I was, technologically in tune with what was happening. Because everybody was cutting edge. So it's only time where people will take.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. And once that happens, suddenly every second person you meet is going to be a gamer. And then we're going to be like, oh my God, no more gamers.
But talking about real life skills, don't take me seriously. But the rumor is that the 9/11 pilots learned it through a simulation game, learned how to operate a plane through a simulation game. So.
But I've also heard that people. Somebody was on a game on Discord and was having a parity attack or something, and the other person on the multiplayer game actually called the local emergency services in his thing because he couldn't reach anybody else, and he was in Discord and he was in the game. So
yeah. Anybody wants to ask anything? You want to ask some questions? Please feel free. Thank you so much. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists for giving us a new lens to view the future of entertainment.
May I now request our moderator, Mr. Jakes Bijoy, to hand over mementos to our speakers, Ms. Lena Mohan Kumar, Ms. Sandhya Surendran, Mr. Rohan Nesh, and Mr. Mashaya Kalengara. Thank you. Let me now invite Reverend Dr. Jose Kannampura, Director Academics, Jyoti Engineering College Autonomous, Thrissur, to do the honors by presenting our token of gratitude to our moderator, Mr. Jakes Bijoy. We now have a 5-minute tech talk by Ms. Zahida Wasim. She is the manager at MathWork and frequently gives talks and workshops in Indian educational institutions about MATLAB licensing, engineering simulation tools, and STEM engagement. I invite Ms. Zahida Wasim to the dais.
All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. I think half the crowd is already gone. So it was actually a big shoes for me to fill with such eminent and distinguished speakers before me. 2 interesting panel discussion, and then on top of that, the biggest challenge that I have is stopping people from going to lunch and listening to my lightning talk, if I can say that. Right, so it's just going to be about 5 minutes, so I'm not sure how much justice I would do for that, because initially I was preparing for a talk which is about 20 minutes, but let me try to see what best I can do. So just to give you a brief introduction, my name is Zahida Wasim and I manage the education business at MathWorks. I've been with MathWorks for close to about 14 years, and in my role I've interacted with a lot of academicians, students, and I think most people probably in this crowd would know what MathWorks is. How many of you know what MathWorks is? Any hands? I see some faculty members actually talking about MathWorks. How many of you know MATLAB? Okay, lot more hands going up there. So I think there was a topic of today's Confluence, which was about sovereignty, self-reliance, and also about industry-academia collaboration. And these topics are heavily loaded. It's very difficult for us to actually look at this, because talking about each of these topics and how they relate to the students, how they relate to the faculty, etc., is going to take a couple of days for us to kind of deliberate and talk about. And there was also a good segue to my talk. Basically, we were looking at the panel discussions which talked about the influence of AI and influence of AI tools, whether it is going to be a companion or whether it is going to be something which is like a competitor for our learning, etc. So just to give you a background, MathWorks is a company which is about $1.2 billion company, and it is actually headquartered in Boston, in Massachusetts, in USA. And there was a lot of talk about sovereignty and self-reliance, but yes, we are a US company, but we do actually impact and influence a lot about products being made for India and made by India. So obviously the tools and the solutions that we offer are solutions that are used by a lot of companies, a lot of Indian companies. And Professor Balakrishnan Nair actually said that, you know, he is actually researching when he's free. And just wanted to kind of bring to everybody's attention that if you had looked and followed Chandrayaan, which was a launch, and if you looked at that, there was streaming that was happening on the TV. And if you look closely at the monitor, there was a small logo of MathX that you see there, which was also there on that computers which were monitoring the launch of Chandrayaan. So these are tools which are actually, something that is used by the Indian industry and also contributing to the sovereignty and the self-reliance for the country, right? So now I'd like to little bit delve into AI, which is a tech talk. It is supposed to be a 5-minute talk, but I'm not sure how much I can cover. So what we want to do about today is actually talk about generative AI and how that can actually be used in terms of actually making your teaching learning process more enhanced and more effective, right? Let me see. Yeah, so I've told you about MathWorks as a company. We have more than 7,000 plus schools or colleges that actually subscribe to our products and our solutions. And there are a lot of books that are written on MATLAB. So just to kind of give you that introduction. So I wanted to cover all of this, but I don't know how much of it I would cover. I wanted to talk about what is generative AI, how does it apply to MATLAB, what Gen AI tools does MathWorks provide. All of you, or many of you, would be familiar with ChatGPT, with Copilot, Microsoft Copilots, and so on. But what difference does MathWorks bring to that? There has been a lot of talk in the previous panel discussion about how do we actually make, whether AI is useful, whether AI is something that we should fear about. So academic situation is also no different. We also worry about how we should be concerned about the academic integrity, and we are too also concerned as a company. And let's look at some countermeasures as well. And I'll share with you some of the resources that we have for you to get started on the adoption of the Gen AI technologies. So just to kind of set an expectation, set a background about why we are talking about this topic, recently Coursera actually came up in 2025 with a global skills report which talks about the relevance of Gen AI as a skill by the industry. So what is industry looking at from a Gen AI skill? So if you look at it, the global enrollment for the Gen AI courses in a platform like Coursera has significantly gone up, almost double, right? And if you look at industry, more than almost every industrial player is looking at hiring people with Gen AI skills. So this is something that is relevant to all of the industry players. And 75% of the employers prefer hiring less experienced candidates, but proficient in Gen AI. So as you can see that this is a very, very strong insight that is coming out of the report, and I think we should all take note of it and incorporate some of these Gen AI tools into our teaching and learning process. I will kind of, skip this because there's a lot of things about LLMs. I think as teachers and probably as students also, you're exposed about what is the role of an LLM, which is a large language model, how it helps us actually retrieve text, create an image, analyze an image, retrieve information, and also make your productivity or enhance your productivity. So I won't get into that. This is something that we need to kind of, remember. But how does generative AI apply to MATLAB? MATLAB will be used by many of you actually in teaching. So we are looking at, again, AI or generative AI as being a companion to your teaching process. You could use that as an educator to kind of structure your course curriculum, to look at how you can actually enhance the course curriculum, bring in more assignments or assessments, etc., to make sure that you are able to kind of deliver effectively. You can even create lecture content based on your previous content, so you can tweak that, you can add to it, etc. And all this is done very fast and very productively. And for a student, we are looking at how can AI or the generative AI be a partner, how can they learn more quickly, and how the AI as a tutor can be used to explain the code, etc. And for researchers, of course, tons of information that can be retrieved quickly, and it can be shared, and they can learn from that. So just wanted to quickly introduce, maybe I will not take more time, but I wanted to introduce a product that we have at MathWorks, which is called as MATLAB Copilot. It is our native generative AI offering from MathWorks, and this actually helps to ensure that when you are teaching computational thinking and system design, system thinking, etc., using a computational tool, this actually acts like a companion. So it actually builds and helps you increase your productivity to be able to kind of, ensure that you build course content that is relevant, that is quick, that's interesting for the students, etc. And there is also, this is something that is integrated into MATLAB. You could ask me a question that when there are so many other generative AI tools that are there in the market, like for example ChatGPT or Microsoft Copilot, why are we coming up with an additional product called as MATLAB Copilot? Now here what we want to actually tell is that it is a very native integrated platform which is developed by MathWorks, and it builds in a lot of capabilities to help you actually look at solving your engineering problems or your scientific problems. And so that way it's very, very well aligned and integrated with the offering that we have at MathWorks, right? So as I said, it's tightly integrated with the MATLAB desktop. The responses are based on MathWorks documentation, which is worldwide known for its robustness in terms of answering any kind of questions or troubleshooting, etc. And it is tuned for engineering and scientific workflows because that is the area that we play in. We also have an environment called as the MATLAB AI Chat Playground. It helps you actually build, or many things were discussed about gaming. It's a kind of a gaming kind of an exercise. And today, even in teaching, most of them actually talk about gaming being used as a way of learning. And I think that in the previous panel discussion also, there was some reference to it that they are better coders when they actually be good gamers as well. So in a similar manner, we have something like an environment called as AI Chat Playground. I would have loved to explain all of this, but I don't think I have time for that. We also have a wrapper around ChatGPT, which is called as the MATLAB GPT, which is the GenAI tool that we have, which is based on the different LLMs that ChatGPT uses. And this is also something additionally there. So remember that we have three platforms: MATLAB GPT, we have AI Chat Playground, and we also have MATLAB Copilot. So these are the three GenAI tools that can be used for your teaching and learning process. We also have come up with a few courses in association with edtech companies like Coursera and also Vanderbilt University. And there is this AI-assisted MATLAB programming that you could look at taking up. There are community examples that are available. These are actually developed by a professor from Wisconsin University. And that is also something that can be used. And this is all available at the file exchange. People who are interested could actually scan the QR code. So that brings me to the previous discussion that I was alluding to, that whether AI, use of generative AI in the classroom, is it something that should be useful? Is that something that we should fear? But I think like what actually Lena was also talking and leading to in the previous panel discussion, we have to kind of make sure that we have to accept this reality that we cannot live without AI, and we have to kind of learn to coexist, be interdependent, and to also learn about how we can utilize and use it as a tool and not be so fearful about the impact that it could have. We also understand that generative AI could actually be used mostly in the foundational courses. Yeah, I'm just wrapping up. So I understand that it'll be useful for the foundational courses, but I think it is important for us to build the critical thinking and system design thing. So because we don't have too much time, I do want to kind of stress about this one slide. We all know about Bloom's taxonomy. Most of the faculty members who are here would know about Bloom's taxonomy. But with the advent of Gen AI, there's a revised version of the Bloom's taxonomy. I'd love to explain that, but I'll probably share the slides with all of you and you can go through that, right? So there are some resources available at MathWorks. These are some things that you can look at. We are coming up with an upcoming webinar on October 8th, which is creating MATLAB Grader Problems, which is our auto grading and assessment platform. Using MATLAB Copilot, I'd request you to please register for that and see if you can attend that. So leave you with a slide as what all you can do with MATLAB Copilot. I'm so sorry that It is a sandwich session between lunch and the rest of the sessions that we had. I'd love to actually talk to any of you. We are here for some more time. So if any of you are interested to know more, please feel free to kind of reach out to me. I'd like to thank Rajagiri Institution's management to give me an opportunity to talk here. I would have loved this opportunity to be a little longer, but nevertheless, thank you so much, and feel free to reach out to me or to my colleague Anish, who's here, and we will be able to kind of help you out. Thank you so much.
To hand over a memento to the speaker, Ms. Zahida Wasim, I invite Dr. Divya James, coordinator of the Confluence. Before we conclude our forenoon session, let me remind you about the exciting session of the day, the Academia CXO Roundtable. This roundtable offers an exclusive platform for dialogue on the theme Future of Sovereignty and Self-Reliance. The session is designed as an open, moderated discussion to enable free exchange of ideas and collaborative exploration of the future of industry-academia partnership. This session begins at 2:15 p.m. in the seminar hall, KE Block.
We also have workshops lined up for you in the afternoon. Please head to the venues shared with you earlier and feel free to reach out to our volunteers if you need any assistance. We have also put up the venues list on the screen. All right. That brings us to the end of our forenoon session. Participants with Young Leaders badges are requested to leave the hall through door numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Please head to the badminton court at the ground floor of the KE block for the mandatory checkout. Refreshments have been arranged for you there. Participants with business leaders badge and academic leaders badge, please remain seated. Lunch has been arranged on the 5th floor of the KE block for participants with business leaders badge and academic leaders badge. I request you to exit through doors 4, 5, and 6 at the back. Volunteers shall guide you to the elevators.
Let me place on record our sincere thanks to our sponsors. Title sponsor, IBS Software. Platinum sponsor, STIAG. Gold sponsor, Naira Energy. Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, Agape, and Nest. Silver sponsors, Milma, Geojet, MathWorks, Murrikins Trading Company. Hydration sponsors, Golden Valley and Juice.
Thank you for being a wonderful audience.